so and so funded program, right? So that's something very fundamentally needed. But let me pause here to ask any comments, questions. Very small minority. So why have the rest of you not read the white paper? So the white paper has been available for easily 2 months. And at this point, Professor PK wants to say something. Oh, okay, so he's asking me to step back and ask how many of you know that there is a white paper? Okay, so there is a small intersection of people who know and read, and then people who know and have not read. So my point, of course, right now, operationally speaking, I would say everything that I'm talking is already in the white paper, and I'm in the process of updating it based on all the inputs we've got. We've done very heavy amount of outreach to socialize the white paper through various mechanisms. Professor PK, Dr. Lakshman have contributed to it in a big way. Because of that outreach, we've got lots and lots of feedback, and I'm in the process of incorporating all of that, and then it would be the white paper, which would be the intellectual basis for what going beyond looks like, right? So of course, right now I would just say, because a very small fraction of you have read, it's readily available. Everything that I will talk about, or most of it, at least 90% of it, is available in that white paper. So please read, because I don't need to delve too much deeply into it, because also I'll be running out of time very soon. So please read. Yes?
Given that you wanted a question to be asked, let me pose a question as a student.
Yeah, please do.
So let's say I'm a PhD student at IIT Mandi, or I'm a PhD student somewhere in India. How does any of this connect to me? As a professor, I think I have a sense possibly why, but as a PhD student, what does it mean to me to know what an impact framework is, to know what an impact score is?
Okay, very good question. I'm hoping if you are a PhD student, you will not remain a PhD student forever. You will move on in your career, and that's the perfect time you want to think like this. How do you launch your career with the right attitude? Because your career is going to be 40 years in the future from today. You will actually be part of 2047. I may not be part of 2047 as an active researcher, but you will. And so when you start your career, you should be thinking in terms of everything that we are talking about, right? Even if your mentor, your PhD advisor, etc., are not yet ramping up to thinking like this, you should, because you will be the torch bearer for the future, right? So it always starts at the very first question of how do you pick a research question? Right? Is your question meaningful for what eventually it may do for the world, for the country, for the nation, for your discipline and industry, etc.? That's where the story always starts. And then the second thing I would say, from the point that I was making going beyond in this slide, look for role models. How else would you chart where you need to go unless you know this is the kind of person I want to look for this reason, and this is the kind of person I want to look for this reason. So you have your portfolio of mentors or role models, and from them probably you'll find some mentors as well. That's something fundamentally important. Your well-wishers in your journey. That's what a definition of a mentor is. And not just hands-off well-wisher, they can actually tell you something useful. And through the different spectrums of things that you do, you may need a different mentor. So that would be my two main message for the PhD scholars. And this really requires courage, right? Because you, in the end, are owner of your career, how your career launches, where is your first job going to be postdoctoral scoping. And those all decisions really matter, because that's where you launch your career, right? So having the right positioning and then courage to follow your conviction, because you want your career to count towards impact and benefits. Anybody else with a question other than Professor PK? All good so far? Okay, go ahead.
Ma'am, in relation to the impact framework, as you go ahead, will it have any bearing on the future funding decisions from the ANRF point of view? So.
Absolutely. So that's where going beyond comes from, right? So let me just pause for now and come to the place where I don't want to lose my time and not do justice in the flow, right? So let me just continue. So from that framing of what the background of thinking forward is, I described how NSF, in a very brief sense, the US federal funding landscape and evolution of it was that I have experienced and have knowledge of, and how ANRF is defining impact much beyond publishing papers and counting and getting patents and counting. That being the backdrop, we have to bring that message home, so down, so land a little bit down several thousand feet, in asking what does it mean in terms of the actual nitty-gritties of how a funding agency functions, and obviously instantiating it for ANRF. So any funding agency with its mission defines programs and program objectives. That's where the story starts, right? The program defined for various objectives and outcomes that it wants to achieve towards the mission of the agency really starts the story. And we heard about impact and outcomes. That objectives, those set of objectives of a program, essentially lay out what pathways, ways by which those objectives will be served towards creating outcomes are legitimate or sensible. And then as those pathways are being traversed, you have to assess the progress, and that's where indicators/markers come in. I'll highlight that point in saying that markers are not measures. If you read the white paper, you will see we make a big deal of it. And the primary reason we make a big deal of it is because the projects are funded for 3, at most 5 years, and the actual eventual impact that we drew in that end game picture, hexagon picture, may not be realized in 3 to 5 years. But in the duration of the project, we want to see the right hints of eventual impact. And that's what we call as markers instead of measures, right? So that's a very important keyword that will keep coming up over and over, and also in terms of how would this matter in funding decisions. So all of those are how the implementation direction of this is progressing. So impact markers is what we need to make a careful note. And the markers really are meant to angle towards outcomes, right? So you produce those outputs, and then some outcomes would happen. The markers is what we hope to be able to observe and solicit inputs from you in the going beyond sense from all the grantees, all the awardees. So thereafter, when you understand the objectives, the pathways, the markers, the outcomes, all of that in the long-term sustained journey of arriving closer to the end game, we need to take a little bit more deeper dive. So we said we have 3 pillars: research, innovation, and education. All of them are fundamentally important in that 2 virtuous cycles. And therefore, we will now, in the couple of slides, focus on what research pathways, markers, outcomes would be. Right, so this flow and this flow, without necessarily going into the very details and nitty-gritties of it, is really trying to draw that out. Research from varieties of types of researchers, use-inspired, fundamental, translational, will happen in pathways of single PI, multi-PI, large collaboration, sectoral, variety, etc., etc. And all of that would take a certain set of pathway, essentially contributing to research throughput, outputs, and quality, that is productivity, and capacity building, training the next generation of researchers, bringing new researchers into the fold of the research enterprise of the country, and that's improving both the quality and quantity of research. And that should then be measured by a certain set of markers. So as I build this forward, I'll zoom into the markers and saying, for research using these pathways and these modalities and these eventual outcomes, what markers might make sense. So then similarly for innovation, where industry and startup universe is going to become very crucial of how the translation of innovations happens. And then obviously very importantly, education being relevant for all the 3 types of researchers, all the types of ways and flavors by which research progresses to making an impact. So now based on the research, innovation, and education, I will very briefly take a deeper dive in saying We are not doing bean counting. We are very mindful of the fact that we don't have measures, which is the actual impact generated in the society or the economy. We are focused on markers, which are indicating the progress towards the eventual outcomes and impact. But within those markers, we are also being responsive to the fact that not everything you would care to observe to see alignment towards impact is quantitative. So our proliferation in types of markers in asking for quantitative, qualitative, and categorical. Right? So what you see here, and without breaking our eyes to read every single detail there, this is a rich version of how we would have observed. And in the going beyond sense, we will ask inputs from you on all of these markers as they are relevant to the program and the program objectives. I smile because I don't want to mislead you that all of these matters and now you have to sit and fill 20 pages of marker inputs. That's not the objective. The objective is to be very efficient but effective, right, in asking you what should be relevant for your type of program, for its objectives, and making sure that you're doing the best version of those objectives serving, right? From a research, and then for innovation, and then for education, that's what we have laid out. So now if you want to see it more closely, download the white paper and read it, because the pictures don't do justice to everything that we have in the white paper that explains these pictures, right? And of course, if you want to be a little patient, you can wait for the next updated version of the white paper. It's coming very soon. So far everything I've said is somewhat abstract without necessarily being sincere to a specific funding agency, which means this thought process can be applied to any other government funding agency aimed at serving impact as its long-term goal. From this point onward, I'm going to become specific to ANRF and highlight really aspects that matter in the going beyond sense. So we have this thought frame, we want to be impact responsive, we have a set of impact markers, we are looking at research, innovation, education, and we have markers for all of these in quantitative, qualitative, categorical. What are we going to do with it? So what we are going to do with it is creating a sense for all the programs of ANRF and laying them in the landscape of how do they align for research contributions? How do they align for innovation contributions? How do they align from the education contributions? So any specific program that you're interested in, general lay of where it falls in how strongly it aligns with research productivity versus capacity building starts to say that's its research contribution profile, hence the markers that we would pick would address that, right? So similarly for the innovation, similarly for the education, right? Individual career supporting programs like the NPDF or PMECRG are more in the capacity building research productivity, spacing for educational support, nurturing next generations, etc., and nurturing yourself actually as well. Whereas others that are going to contribute through training innovators, training entrepreneurs to think like an entrepreneur and so on. So that's the landscape, and that then starts to precipitate into what does it mean now going beyond, right? So creating a framework of thought and putting the right pointers is basically the start of the game. Thereafter, it has to be operationalized, and that will start answering the question we heard about how does it matter in review process. How it matters right now, our focus is on the post-award. If you have already selected a project or will be selecting in the near term, our post-award assessment of progress will be from the markers perspective. That's why where a program sits is very important in those three pictures of landscape I described, right? Every way of reporting, and I have a little bit more detail on this because this was a going beyond presentation, is going to have a placing in terms of how your engagement with the ANRF is going to be and what markers will be responsive to the placement of the program towards impact and outcomes and journey to end game, right? So therefore, first of all, it's really a new way of doing things, right? So that means at all of our levels at individual researcher or at awardee beneficiary level, at the institutional level, that expectation has to set, and whatever culture change that requires needs to get triggered, because that's what is going to come down for you to be responsive to. And that's the guidance framework. And the other important thing in the culture element, and Dr. Shivkumar also mentioned this, the positioning ANRF has is of an enablement. It's not just coming with a stick and saying, no, you are not good enough. This event is of an enablement. Saral AI is of enablement, right? So the idea here is we are in this together. It's a collective vision, it's a collective journey, it's a sustained effort requiring journey. And in that we have to be supportive of each other, respectful of each other, like I said, the 3 types of researchers, but all of us have to have the vision, right? And so the guidance framework for post-award reporting and oversight is responsive, is going to ask you the kinds of questions that are relevant for the program objectives. And to the question now, that's where the loop gets closed, right? So as this rolls out and the community kind of jumps on the bandwagon of understanding what impact means, starts reporting on what we need for impact reporting, right? Then in due time, the loop gets closed and asking, we will ask for that showing in your proposals as well, right? Eventually, if we are going to measure you like this, we might as well ask you for that in the review process and then see, are you aligned? Because that would be easy for all of us. No surprises, right? We know what we want, and you give us what we are looking for, being impact aligned. That's coming in the proposals. The review process takes that into account, and then all of us are very consistently on that impact journey. One key artifact that I didn't mention yet is this concept of an impact scorecard, right? And the concept of a scorecard, and this is just one example visual of what may belong in a scorecard, is essentially a visual of all the information we are seeking from you, putting some analytics on top of it and saying in a score sense of how well you place, right? Again, it's a collective sense of understanding in a comprehensive way where a research project is in its progression towards impact, measured by markers, right? So scorecard, if you've heard of credit scorecard and credit scores, is what? Anyone here who's heard of credit scorecards and credit scores, right? So those things take a bunch of information from us and then process it through nice analytics and produce some visuals, including a number, and the number doesn't mean anything. It's just an ordinal indication that 700 is good and 400 is not so good and so on. So that's kind of what we would be looking to create without putting numbers. But the idea would be in saying progression in the impact journey by the markers is adequate versus not adequate, right? So that's now a part of essentially how all of the information that we will seek is presented to you and then to the agency in being able to make a conclusion. And the conclusion is not that you are not doing good. Again, the point about being enabler, being a partner, is that that indication gives the agency a view of where help can be provided, where mentoring can be provided, right? So that really is the primary objective. If somebody is coming off of this assessment as fair, you're going to dig deeper into why that is the case and what can be helped in essentially breaking through the roadblocks, right? So the basic essence is that this is not an evaluative sort of a stick game. It is more understanding where each of us are and aligning each of us in the impact journey and ensuring that we are progressing and being helped where that is needed. And Saral AI, of course, from the perspective of demystification with the right attitude towards it, right? We were talking over dinner yesterday and somebody used a word, sensationalization. Sensationalization is not the objective. We be true to what we are bringing to the table and truthfully convey what the value might be so somebody else can understand what the value is and probably link with us for our own benefit, the country's benefit, the society's benefit. Anyway, so I'm running on time where we should probably pause and do more discussion. So I have a very little bit more to say. One of course is just to put a little bit more visual on responsive oversight, right? So some programs are simple, both by the size of the award and the complexity of the kind of thing they are doing, single PI, etc., etc. Those who have a certain cadence of reporting, certain simplicity of reporting, but then other programs that are more complex, require more frequency of reporting, more input, more engagement, and so on, right? So as you've heard, the MAHA programs are extremely complex. They're trying to achieve something very big within a span of 3 years or 5 years. And achieving that is absolutely non-trivial. And if I was wearing my NSF hat, the Regional Innovation Engines program is exactly that. It's a $160 million investment on each award. You can't give the money and say, go do the work. So that's a quarterly thing. You engage and you advise, you bring resources to the team so that the government funding actually amounts to something. So you can't tolerate the risk of it not amounting to something. And that's what I would say MAHAs are. And the MAHA awards, therefore, have to be responsive to the amount of funds and the objectives. And those are the tiers of complexity or intensity, so to speak. And in all of these awards, that impact scorecard artifact will be the common, right? So just to wrap on that, so these intensities are responsive to the type of program. From the landscape, we saw the 3 pictures. The low intensity has low touch points, low burden of what we will look for. Impact markers are always going to be part of it. And of course, the objective would be to not create additional burden, be very specific in terms of what we are asking off of the awardees in a responsive way, right? And then going from that to a medium to high to highest. Highest, as I said, are the most demanding programs like the MAHAs, for example, and that's where the engagement will have to be high. In all of these, we will be looking for opportunities where we identify where additional support may be needed for a beneficiary or awardee. So I will end this discussion from at least my thoughts here in what more does going beyond need. And the main thing I want to put there is the sense of service. So I really want you to mull over that thoughtfully, because demanding an entitlement is not how we do collective journey. And that's again a spirit of service that I've seen. Of course, I've worked in 2 federal agencies in the US, the US National Science Foundation, which of course I've benefited for 26 plus years from their funding, and US Securities and Exchange Commission, which is the regulator for the largest market in the world, which is of course the US markets, equity and the related markets. So my point there is that the government servants are really in it with a very clearly visible sense of service. And the people who engage with them, such as the reviewers on various panels at NSF and all the other agencies, engage with a very high sense of service, right? So that's the equation I want all of us to keep in mind. The taxpayer money is not something we are entitled to. You are a privileged beneficiary when that happens. You need to bring something to the table for better outcomes in the sense of service. So that's extremely important. If you want to become the NSF of India and the world, that's what it takes. All of us in that shared journey and a shared sense of service. And once again, I congratulate the organizers of this event. This is the service. And then we should all individually and institutionally look to provide that service. So let me pause here. I have left sort of 6 minutes, but I think that's plenty, and I am around. I have taken my sweet time to be here until tomorrow afternoon, so we can chat as much as you please on a one-on-one basis.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. It's a really very interesting talk. And myself, I have not read the white paper. Definitely, I'll go and look it up today itself. I'm sure most of us will go back and check the white paper.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you so much, such a wonderful talk. My question is actually regarding the scorecard. So there are so many people here, and all of us are actually from different institutions. So how do we then make it consistent? Because some institutions may have the possibilities of doing certain things, while others have the possibilities of doing. So how do we make sure that there is some sort of a uniformity across? What I understand is I think the scorecard is a metric that I will use to measure how I am progressing rather than comparing myself with someone else. But even like that, if there's a way the funding agency could intervene and normalize things across institutions so that everybody starts from the same page. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll respond. Is there any other question of this flavor? Maybe anything else around the scorecard? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to ask the same question actually, because I also come from a university background, and like for example, the universities they value rankings, which in turns translates to pushing the faculties for publishing more number of papers, and that's not necessarily always research papers. So it's all about the numbers. And whether you talk about the promotions, recruitment, so all of them are driven by numbers. So this scorecard is a really commendable thing because it's taking into the picture a lot of activities by the researchers. But then, how does it translate to the entire research ecosystem, not just ANRF projects?
Two very, very excellent questions. So let me take the first one. So the customization is for a program. Right? And within a program, there may be flavors, such as the ARG program is a massive program and has essentially also not just disciplinary variety in massiveness, but also the funding amount variety in the massiveness. So you have to be responsive to that, right? So customization is at that level. But to your point, when you make a proposal to a funding agency, it's your contract with the funding agency. Right? Which means you have to deliver on that stuff proposed. Doesn't matter where you are at. When the reviewers see your proposal and evaluate it for deeming it fit for being funded, they don't see the institution, they see that you have proposed and you have provided enough evidence that the research you have proposed is something you will be able to do. Hence, the context in which the research is going to be done is not material thereafter. Now, having said that, the disparity of institutions is not missed on anybody, right? So that kind of connects to the other question. This is the seeding of the change. Dr. Shivkumar keeps talking about catalysis, right? So if there is no catalyst, all the chemical scientists and engineers would know that if there is no catalyst, there is not going to be any reaction, right? So ANRF is serving as a catalyst, and it's not missed on us that a culture change is needed. And then remember, way back in the second slide, I had said culture change is needed, institutional buy-in is needed, and hence events like this where your leaderships come in is needed. They should be listening to what the PMO wants ANRF to do and what ANRF is doing, right? So the institutional support is not missed on us, right? And programs like the PAIR program is helping. But this is a collective game. Everybody has to understand that we cannot waste, if I may use that strong word, taxpayer money to not bring something to the nation. We have been negligent to some extent, to a large extent. It's debatable. You can all debate that forever. I've heard enough discussions around the country. I've given this talk various places. So the past versus future breaking up, is literally what that catalysis has to do. So the culture change has to come along, the counting behavior, the ranking, if that is not amounting, has to be evaluated, right? Otherwise, we are just doing some nonsensical work, and again, strong word, right? We are not doing work responsive to what the taxpayer funds should be applied for the country's vision to Vikasit Bharat, or being known for certain areas, certain cutting edge work and outcomes that we hope to have. Yes.
Madam, can you tell about structural differences between US and India? Why we are zero impactful and US is fully impactful research-wise? Can you compare with the US? Why we are lacking in impactful research? Why we are behind?
Yeah, no, so that's a very good question, and we probably have to sit for a tea and discuss maybe for 1 or 2 hours. but my very quick answer would be one, see, years behind US, right? I said NSF was created 75 years ago, and all the other leading funding agencies were also created 75 years ago or in that time frame. So they have the time behind them. But the other very positive thing is they've had awareness and dynamism about them, right? As environments have changed, they've understood that they cannot function in the old way. And let me say, last year was a seismic year. There were earthquakes after earthquakes across the federal landscape. I was part of experiencing those shocks. So when now I go back, and actually I'm going back in a week to my faculty job, it would be a very interesting learning process to me to see how after the earthquakes the ecosystem has settled. But the signs are extremely positive, right, in terms of reinventing itself, right? So this staticness and being sort of stuck in old ways is something we cannot afford to do, and that happens at all levels, right? At all levels, that is something we have to ask. How do we be the source of change that is needed for the onward journey, and really then function from that vision? And that's why the point I made about role models, the mentoring, that's the collective journey. I would say that, and then we can chat more one-on-one.
Yeah. I think maybe last question, because we are 11:30.
Thank you very much for a very nice talk. And lots of things are very, very good in this. I mean, and I believe that this vision will bring lots of change in the system. But you know, I think a good system will encourage whatever is right, but will also discourage whatever is not right. Have you taken care of this fact? I'm giving an example. For example, predatory journals in India, number has risen like anything. Plagiarized research. And when we talk to our colleagues outside India, people ask us authenticity about institute, about people. You know, so in your framework, are you also putting some thought into how to discourage wrong practices?
Very good question. Change is often slow, but it has to be deliberate. And what you have just said is also part of culture, right? It connects with ethics, the ethics of research and accountability. So if you would take it that this is definitely going to instill accountability, and thanks to Professor PK and AI, there is going to be ability to find these weaknesses in any kind of reporting, right? That's to the end of taking technology to use to make accountability real. But then I'm not suggesting that that's the solve all response. It is collective responsibility, discipline-wise, professional organizations-wise, institutions-wise, in being holding people responsible for doing good research accountably towards ethics. That's the basic requirement of the enterprise. And that's a basic requirement to building a strong society. I mean, we can be the role models. Researchers who are most trained, most intellectually advanced, can be the catalyst for the ethics of the society, right? And that's why maybe the whole demystification and democratization of research is very important in conveying the truth of the discoveries and the values. And that when you do outreach around that, that's the way we connect with the society to demonstrate ethics. You can set the wrong example or the right example. Which one do you want to set is the outcomes you will look. So it's not an easy question, it's a hard question, but which of these was an easy question?
Yeah, I think we don't have a time, probably a request, we can continue maybe during the tea. Only, okay, please. Maybe a last question.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to ask one thing that IITs and agriculture universities, they solve the same problem, but which are different problems, but they are equally important to the national research. But there's a lot of disparity in the funding between the agriculture universities and the IITs. So will this, the way you are going beyond, will this have an important impact on that issue?
So I will answer that question in two parts. One, that the ecosystem by what it is funding is not final. ANRF is creating programs maybe too quickly, right? I mean, these programs are not easy to launch, but ANRF is moving extremely fast. Of course, again, putting my NSF hat, it's moving very, very rapidly, which means that specialized programs and specialized verticals and thrusts are going to address this need by default. But the other element is the collaborative spirit. Why should these two types of organizations not talk to each other for complementary skills and abilities, right? So these silos, these boundaries are exactly what we need to break to serve the big purpose. And this is where the role models mentoring comes in. If you don't have experience in doing funded research in the past because you come from a certain ecosystem and a certain discipline and a certain institution, that should not stop you from reaching out to people and saying, you know, this is the kind of ideas I have, you have a phenomenal lab, let's talk, right? And so communities and engagements like this are precisely meant for that, right? Demystification and democratization of research that Dr. Shiv Kumar talked about is precisely meant for that. Somebody discovers you, or you discover somebody, and then you reach out. So there should not be any boundaries and any inhibition in reaching out. And those would be the two things I would say. Hopefully, as we traverse this demanding journey, we will be in a better place where we all feel like we are being served. And also, I mean, to that I would say, even at US, like I can discuss further on T, it's not like one agency serves all the needs, right? You have the Department of Energy, which I benefited from. You have the Department of Defense. DARPA has a massive funding. NASA funds a lot with the space-related technologies, and agriculture is actually very much part of that, right? And then you have NIH, massive system, and NSF. So the point is, it's a vast ecosystem, and they try to keep each other's space kind of reasonably well defined and separate of each other, as in filling the landscape with support, right? So ANRF is also pushing on that. Right? So every top-down partnership that ANRF is creating is bringing a new ministry, new thrust into the funding scope of ANRF and increasing the pot of funding made available. So these are all things that are very, very positive. And I'll close my response by saying serve, right? So when a new one comes or an existing call comes and there is some space for you to contribute your intellectual inputs, serve. Right, reach out to help, because once you are doing that, you are increasing the volume of intellectual scoping. So I'll pause with that.
Yeah, I think there may be a lot more questions. Probably we can continue to discuss during the tea and lunch break. Tea break is not immediate. We also have another talk. Ma'am, we thoroughly enjoyed your talk. It's a fantastic talk. Thank you for the talk and also coming to IIT Mandi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna, for the insightful presentation. We also sincerely thank Professor Balakrishna for chairing the session.
So our next session is the keynote address, Communicating the Cosmos to the Masses. May I request Professor Subrata Ghosh, the chair for this session, to kindly take over.
Good morning, all. I think the program started with a very good talk. We got a very clear idea about what ANRF is looking for, and those who are already running ANRF project probably is a kind of, something very different that we have to think of, particularly as we are talking a lot about impact. Now, while, when things are more clear to us, now we are moving to another interesting session with our next speaker, Professor Devi Prasad Duwari. Professor Duwari is an eminent astrophysicist, science communicator and educator whose career has uniquely bridged for frontier scientific research and public engagement. After completing his PhD at the Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics under the guidance of Professor Jayanta V. Narlikar, he held research and academic accomplishments at institutions including at the TIFR, the University of Manchester, Institute of Science and Technology, and the Institute of Advanced Studies in Basic Sciences. He has served as the Director of Research and Academics at the MP Birla Institute of Fundamental Research and Director of the Institute of Astronomy, Space and Earth Science, Kolkata, where he transformed one of India's most iconic planetariums into vibrant center for the research, education, and public outreach. A fellow of the Royal Astronomical Society, Dr. Duwari has delivered more than 1,600 public and technical lectures, over 100 webinars, and hundreds of television interviews, inspiring audiences across India and around the world. His contribution to science communication have been recognized with numerous honors, including the Rabindra Puraskar of the government of West Bengal and the honorary degree of science, honorary Doctor of Science degree. So with this, brief introduction, I request Professor Duwari to deliver his talk.
Yeah. Good morning to everybody. In the morning today, I was quite confident that what I'm going to say. But listening to Professor Gupta's talk, I feel insufficient and maybe a little minuscule identity compared to the type of deliberations that are going to happen here. Basically, today I'm going to talk in a very unstructured manner because for the last 20-25 years, I work in the grassroots levels. Grassroots level in the sense among common people, mostly rural areas, school students, college students, university professors, as well as in sometimes policymakers as a part of TIFAC earlier, Technology Information Forecasting Assessment Council. So basically this is out of my experience that I gathered in these years, talking to people, coming closer to them, having an emotional interaction apart from academic interactions. So these thoughts, I thought that whatever for the last 5-10 years I'm trying to say to people, nobody listens to me because I'm not part of a very structured institute or something. I've retired 4 years back. But this is needed, that is personally I feel. So basically, what happens? I think whatever I'm going to say has already been said probably in the white paper in some other way, and the other speakers will be saying that, and Professor Gupta in his fantastic, brilliant speech has already mentioned the nuances of those things. But basically, as I told you, this is what I personally feel. So first and foremost, my feeling is that whenever the taxpayers' money, this word is being used, she used it, I think I counted it more or less 8 to 9 times. In India, the concept of taxpayers' money is still not very important. Government is an agency and we the common people. If something is happening, it is government spending the money, right? And we have the right to also destroy it or use it the way I like it. So similarly, in this particular aspect, science understandable to common people is a relatively new concept. If you ask me 20 years back, among the academia, among the serious scientists, even the policymakers, this particular understanding of science for the common people, what we today call public outreach, was not there. At least not in a palpable way. So suddenly, why we are feeling that? I was joking to one of the ministers recently that for industry, we have said the government have made a policy that you should have a CSR, corporate social responsibility. And for academic institution, without naming it, I have put it at ISR, institutional social responsibility, where DST and UGC is saying, oh, you should talk to the community where you are placed, reaching out to them. So is it just a rule or a regulation that we should have this sort of thing? As you mentioned, that in NSF, I also have a little bit of experience on that. If you apply, your impact has also been written in the proposal, but we don't have that here. So this understanding, because common people don't understand technical knowledge, right? So it has to be translated into language of ordinary people. Then demystification. Now, these are the two very dangerous words for me, demystification and democratization. I know that if I start talking in my mind about demystification, 50% or 70% of the people here will look back at me like this, what nonsense you are talking, and maybe the policy makers here will say, who have asked him to come and talk, right? This is the present scenario of the country, right? And democratization is a no-no. We are not democratic. Do you know why? We do not let anybody ask questions. We give directives, narratives, guidelines, but don't say anything. Right? So we are not democratic. It is nothing to do with present situation, present power, past power. It has always been that. Right? It's similarly worldwide. When NASA grant was drastically cut 2 years back, not a single common American had the power to go to Trump or send an email, why did you cut that? I have decided, so it will be cut. Same form in some other sense. When I am some sort of a loose advisor to ESA, European Space Agency, same thing happens there. So democratization is a nice word to be uttered by policymakers and especially politicians, but to practice in science also, it's very difficult. And without going into details, I'm saying, suppose I'm a small researcher, and suppose I'm not working in IIT, maybe working in IIT, maybe in a university, and I'm trying to do something which will make a scientific impact to the society. The first question I'll be asking, why should I talk to common people about my research? Will I get a 2-point increment in that? Right? And what is the answer? So basically, as the value system is getting changed because of development and because of a new terminology, which is comfort zones, we don't want to go out of that. How many of us, we are all very, not me maybe, all of you, very educated, very opinionated, you have your own philosophy. How many of you think about common people? Only when we read it in the newspaper or the television channel, oh, this is not correct. On your own, organically, have you come across some thoughts, emotion in yourself that I should do this? Not just sharing my old clothes, that is also doing, but in terms of intellectual interactions, we don't. Don't meaning majority, I'm saying, not everybody. So there lies the whole issue. For the last 20 years, I was also involved a little way in sort of science communication at the central sort of governmental stage and all that. And I have found it starts with fantastic sort of narratives, bullet points. But within 5 to 10 years, it lands up into a very localized, homogenized, I feel good, you feel good, I look after you, you look after me, standard scenario. It never reaches out. So the policy makers, I don't know how, because I'm not allowed to say how, but I know that they should factor in these realities of life. Otherwise, the next proposal for this sort of a next type of conclave, maybe 10 years later, will have a much better dimension of expression, language, skills. But what happens next, I think, remains more or less for the last 8 decades in India. So that we have to face that. Either you face that or you challenge me and say, you get down from the stage and I will sort of tell you what is wrong with you. Because as Indians, we should be polite, we should not say rude words, and we should say, oh, okay, next time. That time has stopped if you want to have Viksit Bharat 2047. Everybody should be answerable, everybody. Some of the questions are fantastic. 2, 3 questions rather. That what is that parameter? I am asking people to do public outreach, science communication, to develop the mental abilities, policy decision-making capabilities of the general people. Am I asking every individual in every university faculty to do a part of it and make it a part of their biodata or whatever? No. We are hoping, praying, please do this. Huh? They are all earning taxpayers' money. Even a state government university teachers also get government taxpayers' money. Why we today think, luckily I have been to places where they are more or less known academically, Presidency College and then IUCAA, TIFR, this thing. But why today, if I ask a young boy or a girl, where are you studying? IIT, sir. Oh, IIT, good. And where are you studying? He said, Himachal Pradesh State University. Oh, okay. Why? Both are government funded. Why? Why should IIT student have a stamp of excellence just because he's an IIT student? Have anybody of you have the courage or the challenging notion of asking this question? Right? So taxpayers' money should go deep down the concept. Right? What I am doing, I ask myself. I know the answer, I don't do anything much. But similar is the situation with 95% of the faculty members throughout the country. Right? If there are certain people, professors, I know in IIT Mumbai, my wife did her PhD there, so I was there also for some time. If they wanted to go out and reach out to the masses, other faculty members, kya kar rahe ho? What are you doing? You're wasting your future. Comfort zone. So with that introduction, I should talk about the removing unnecessary sense of mystery, fear, or supernatural powers. Let me tell you, I'll come to astronomy a little bit, that's my subject. I'm a still student. Whenever I say in the recent times, among college students, among technical, in IITs also, that in your class 5-6 days, you have all learned Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars are solid rocky objects, and Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are made up of gas. They're called gas giants, right? We have all learned. And we write it in the exam. Mercury, Saturn is a gas giant, yes or no? We write yes, get 1 out of 1, happy, go out. And then while passing, meet a Shani temple, where an image of Shani is there. Which is correct? Ball of gas or the image of Shani? If I say it, nowadays the number is growing in 50-60%, get down, I should not talk about it. Narrative and directives, diktats. And what she said, amazing, in the first 5 minutes, she always used it, take this case, synthesize within yourself and be an individual and come out with a decision. We are not allowed to be individuals. We are allowed to be like the sheep guided by a shepherd. Right. So no religion here. I said shepherd and sheep. Okay. So the point is that are we living in a farcical situation created by our actions, attitude, and directions? Because Every Indian, 147 crores Indian, has the birthright to be informed, to take part in the nation building, if we talk about by the people, for the people, of the people democracy. That doesn't happen. I'm not talking about politics, I'm not talking about anything else, but science, technology. Who decides what is correct for India? Yes, they have proved themselves, they have experiences, fine, but have you any sort of chance of cross discussion with the person, right? So, superstition and misinformation combating and creating an informed society, right? Now, inspiring young minds, very nice words. We cannot inspire, tell me which minds we can inspire nowadays. Young minds are coming focused. I will do engineering, JEE, and whatever engineering I study, civil, architecture, aeronautics, I will enter a software company. So this is inspiration. Because within 3 years, I'll be landing in US. That has gone down recently, maybe in Europe. And within 5 years, I will take my parents for a visit, and they will have this nice overcoat, we will have a Facebook picture. I have arrived. Now, to these people, to computer science people, even to MTech people, I say, can you show me a 45-year-old, very happy, sort of bubbly software engineer? What happens to them? No, seriously, you try. It's not there. Why? I don't have the answer, maybe you have. Okay, so good science communication can transform curiosity into a lifelong interest. And scientists and society exchange knowledge. See, science communication and public outreach, these are two different things. Science communication can happen between scientists, what she said. Other branches of scientists, do they know what you are doing in your branch? But public outreach is going out to the masses. This distinction, a lot of people will never even come across. That a brilliant mechanical engineering scientist and a brilliant biological scientist, they should talk, right? Because we know everything is connected philosophically, but literally also. Now, how it is connected? By computer science, by AI. Both of them go there to the resources. But we think, no, biology, come on, yeah. And we mechanical engineering, oh no, I don't like it. Crosstalks, which we don't have, right? Okay. So goal should therefore not simply be tell people what science has discovered, but let them understand how science works. And in this particular aspect, when you talk about the communication, these are the bullet points. Create scientific awareness, promote scientific temper, combat superstition, improves decision making, inspires young people, support democracy, right? Well, informed public can participate in policy making. See, the second point, we all know, I think Article 31.4.2, Indian Constitution, Jawaharlal Nehru and other people, Ambedkar also, they wrote, and they said, every Indian should be responsible to inculcate the scientific thoughts and become and have a scientific temper. It is not government will do it. Here, there it is said, you should do it, every individual, right? And we follow Constitution. We love Constitution. How many of you follow that? That somebody will do. This child, my child, she should learn about a little bit of science. And I'm a professor of science. Science. The school is not doing anything. And what are you doing at your home? I'm busy. Attitude. This is what I've learned as a grassroots level. I don't have any structured pathways from there to here. But I feel this is happening. Democratization. It all depends on the power of the people to ask questions. How many of us can today ask questions? If I go to a scientist and say, oh, sir, you are a renowned professor of physics and you have 6 angoothis in your 5 fingers. What is the meaning? That's different. Why? Or this Shani example, the Saturn example. If I go and talk to some, those are trivial things. You are so naive, you are trivial. But answer me. No answer. So science also is running by the policies of people who have their own agendas, not scientific developmental agendas. I was just thinking, when 3 months back, I was at the University of Animal Husbandry. I don't know why they invited me, and they asked me this question, sir, suddenly our university, it's in another state, not in West Bengal, not in Himachal also. Suddenly it has been discussed that no non-vegetarian items in any of them. I said, good, that's a policy. Sir, if the whole mankind eats no non-vegetarian things, why should you talk about animal husbandry? That's for the welfare of the cows. Answer it. If you don't want to develop in, say poultry farming, something else, and you are non-vegetarian, why? It's wastage of money for a country like India. Have you ever asked this question? Funny rules. And kids are learning that, oh, you should be funny, but try to get your own interest. Right? I'm sure in any of the canteens, but I'm not criticizing. It's questions, democracy. I cannot get a non-veg food, right? I'm not a very avid non-veg person. But if I go to one of the faculty members' apartment in the same campus, he can give me non-veg. What is the meaning? No students should eat non-veg. Faculties can do it in their home. What does the meaning? Farcical. Right. You will never call me second time here, I know. Right. So I don't give a damn. It's a pretty nice place, right? Okay. So it also encourages innovation, awareness of scientific development, and inspire participants, entrepreneurship, technological creativity, and new solutions. Oops, what is happening? There is a phase lag between I'm pressing this and that is happening. Yeah, sorry. One thing, around 10 years back, when we were part of something called Technology Vision 2035, right, creating the pathway, I mentioned it was, and it has right, thankfully been mentioned in the white paper read out by the Prime Minister in the Indian National Science Congress, one of those congresses. It's not science communication only. It's technology communication. It's a technology communication. He was first generation learner of technology communication. Sorry, I'm speaking in Hindi. How will he understand, he or she? But my friend, India is a very special country. The socio-economic situation, the anthropological situation is so different than any other country in the world. When I have traveled around 47 countries, 45 to give lectures, number of times, and I've seen the change in the attitude, mentality, almost a genetic change. Here, you don't talk about science the very first day and talk about Newton's laws of motion and this and that. No. You first give them, which is the reality, the mobile phone. What it is? Oh, wow, press this, see these colors, see the pictures, see the images, you can talk. And then you talk the science behind it. It becomes more palpable. We don't have the time, the situation, the ecosystem to learn science for common people, not for students, and then progress to technological applications. So you lure them by technology and make them, force them to understand a little bit of science behind it. So it's a bottom-up or top-down. In that scenario, my feeling is that it should be bottom-up. In the last 25 years, I've faced it. Right. technology should be used at that carrot thing. And once, I'm not saying common people are donkeys, me also, once I touch that, I understand science. So, importance of technology communication makes technology accessible, reduces the technology gap, promotes responsible use, builds public trust on what is happening to our country and the scientists and technocrats and technical people are doing, supports innovation, and helps people make informed decisions, creates employment and educational opportunities, bridges technology and society, which is not there at present. So, it is not what technology can do, it is about helping society understand what technology should do, for whom, as she mentioned, and with what consequences. So, India-centric policy should be this. It's not a global-centric policy. Right. So, these sort of things, we may say, what are you talking nonsense? Science, technology, it's a global thing. Come on, the attitudes, the practices, the regulations that are being sent up, are they global? No. Then why do you say that? Hypocrisy. Okay. So, connection between scientific research, I don't have to say, but the problem challenges is oversimplification. You dilute your work in such a manner. Ultimately wanted to talk about Newton's laws of motion, it turned out to be something else. And we think we are doing a great service. Ivory tower concept, this is, I say, ivory tower issue. I'm a scientist, come on. I go to foreign countries, give lectures, everybody says, sir, you are a scientist, or ma'am, you are a scientist. That doesn't mean anything. You are a scientist to yourself and your research group and maybe some of your peers. You are not important unless you prove yourself to be important to the society. Right. So, sensationalism, that is another thing of science. You go open YouTube. World is coming to an end, 12th August today, yesterday. For 7 seconds, gravity will not work. A lot of you have seen that clippings. And some scientists do that. And I know of scientists who talk about don't eat this, don't drink this during a total solar eclipse, and they are scientists. And there will be another person sitting from another vocation or another business. I take religious practices in India as a business, not spiritual upliftment. And he or she will say something totally obtuse. And common people will say, oh, is it? No, I should not see the solar eclipse. Where is the policy of the government to stop this? We request, hey, you should go out and say it is not correct, but never write it down because it will go against my policies. Right. At least 5–10% of our society will totally be out of job if we say astrology is wrong. Can you say it? Right, whatever. So, technical jargon also plays a sort of important role in not understanding. So, the ultimate goal is not simply to give scientific facts, evidence-based thinking. So, it helps society from curiosity questioning to evidence, and evidence to informed action. So, contributes to education, rational thinking, social development, collective priorities, and demystification of natural world. I think science communication contributes to education, and we put a full stop there. That is happening mostly in our country. Right? Okay. So, scientific research and communication are two parts of the same ecosystem. Research produces new knowledge, while science communication helps that knowledge to reach others. Right? So, research, knowledge, communication, understanding, application, social impact, not only scientific publication. Right? That should be. Importance of public outreach. I think this is also second time I am saying, but you can read out scientific temper, curiosity, lifelong learning, future scientists and engineers, making science accessible to all, inclusive, encouraging evidence-based, demonstrating the practical benefits of, say, space science, promoting international cooperation and humanity's shared heritage. That is science, right? So, public outreach and demystification not just are complementary to scientific research, they should walk hand in hand. Science is a way of thinking much more than it is a body of knowledge. Not my quotation, Carl Sagan saying. It should be a body of knowledge, right? But we don't take it that way. Philosophy, oops. What is our place in the universe? When I talk about it, believe me. I'll show you a picture. I'm telling stories. I love storytelling. I went to a place some 100 kilometers from Kolkata. I stay in Kolkata. In a rural village, 100% of the population has never gone to the school. They are from special tribes, Santals, Kol, Wheels, right? There is a small village, 2 villages. There, an NGO was doing a lot of good work, trying to teach the kids through non-conventional method, not in a school. Dance, painting, counting by hands, these sort of things, this sort of thing. So they asked me for the 10th anniversary. And they suddenly said, "Sir, say something." I said, "What to say?" Right. And believe me, 700 people, first 3 rows, small kids, then the ladies, and later on the gents of the villages. 700, 2 villages. For 2.5 hours, I was fortunate enough to keep them hooked onto their seat. You know, how I started? I was thinking, what to say, astronomy, Akash, kya ho? I said, hey, you are all agricultural daily wage laborer. When do you know when to start tilling the ground? They said, sir, when the rain just happens, the ground becomes a little moist and soft, we start tilling. You know, when do you know the rain will start? I said, every year around sometime the rain starts. And government gives in the radio, sir, agricultural, see, the rainy season starts from June 11th. And we all know. I said, do you know 3,000 years back, in a distant country called Egypt, the day sun is going down on the west, you see the brightest star coming up in the east, Sirius. They know within 15 days, rain will start. They didn't have any government. You see it. Oh, so you could see stars and talk about it. That's how you engage. You do not talk about, you do my latest work on the molecular infusion in the circumstellar envelope of lead-type stars. I don't start that way. Though that is my research work for the last 30 years. Right. It is not what you know. It is what you can make them understand. That is important. I am not important here. Science communicators should have that quality in them. You are nobody unless you understand you have succeeded to transform the ideas to your audience. Not always learned audience. Right? Then what is reality? Because relativity tells the measurement of space-time changes from person to person depending upon their physical situation. And quantum physics challenges classical ideas of certainty and determinism. Then what is reality? I'm giving you tomorrow. Can you come out with an answer that this is reality? All scientists. Tough, very tough. But I was telling Srikant, 2 days back I saw a video, it was amazing, a student sent it to me, where a Guruji with a lot of disciples, very high-end disciples, telling, you want to know what is God? Let me tell you about quantum entanglement. I said, what? See, Shushruta did what? So, much more thousands of years back, we did this Ganesha's, this trunk surgery. What nonsense. And we think we are powerful people because we are educated. We are not powerful. We cannot say this openly. Our funding band ho jayega. Whatever merit your project has. Those times all these things are thrown out of the window. I also mentioned it in a very succulent way. But it has to appeal to the agency whether they will fund you. And appeal to the agency is not on the basis of science, always. And how do you know what we know? through light. This senior professor over here, who is also one of the main organizers, my interaction with him 21 years ago started with light. When I said how photons are important to us. And he started photonics as his studies, right? Okay, whatever. Then there is an anthropic question. Why do the laws and constants have values that allow observers like us to exist? Answer me that. Why the fine structure constant is 1 by 137? So that everything is happening in an electromagnetic way, and life 98% is electromagnetic. Why? So there is a lot of poetic discussion. You know, this looks brown. You know why? Because I exist. If I'm not there, whether it is brown, gray, black, white, nobody bothers. It's an anthropic principle. This is called anthropic. The world is there because I am here. This is very correct. Right? So these sort of questions are asked by, believe me, zero-level learners to me. And I had to say, I don't have the answer to it. And they don't dislike me for that. They understand science is a subject where you are free to mention, I don't know but this particular thing. Right? Okay. Democratization, I'm not going about it. Language is a powerful instrument because English is a no-no. You have to talk about, just to give you an idea, how many of you know Rabindranath Tagore you know? Do you know Rabindranath Tagore is one of the biggest scientific-minded person in the last 400 years of Bengali culture? How many of you know the first publication of Rabindranath Tagore was at the age of 13 in a journal called Tattva Bodhini Patrika? The title was Planets at the Place Where Life Exists. Astronomy, first publication. Forget about 4,500 music songs. We don't know it. So similarly, language. Recently I gave a talk about Rabindranath and universe at Vishwabharati. And there everybody came out, including the VC, say, Vice Chancellor, saying, I thought I'm a Tagore lover. I never knew this existed. So now the Ministry of Culture has asked me to make that Vishwa Parichay, which is the volume where everything is written about space, by Rabindranath Tagore, to be translated into 16 Indian languages. They have asked me to take up the project of that. So language plays a very important role to make people understand, right? And countering misinformation in the digital age, this, that, YouTube and all that, you forget about that, I don't have time. So astronomy is powerful in communicating values of curiosity, rationality, evidence, collaboration, humility, global citizenship, respect for the nature and the universe. So from the mystery of the night sky to the understanding of the universe, from spectators to participants, that is the transformative power of astronomic communication. And this is, this is generative, pre-trained, whatever, transformer, or pre-programmed transformer. I hope even the young people know what I am talking about. Generative, pre-programmed transformer. Do you know what is that? Come on, that is what GPT says. Generative, pre-trained transformer. Right. This is the depth which we go to our understanding. Right. So this is not me I am trying to show. For the last 26 years, more than 1,600 lectures, right? You see the interest among the people, both in a rural setting. This is the one I was talking about. You see this cloud for yourself? And you know, I gave it, I think, around 2004-05. In 2021, a very tall fellow came to my office at the planetarium and said, do you realize, know me? I said, no, I don't know. Said, he gave me this photograph. This is a photograph. And I am one of those. And at present, I'm in Trieste doing my PhD in astronomy. You started that fire in me. That is the biggest reward I have got. Right. Another thing I will talk about, but whatever. So don't think that science communication has ended. It is beginning, right? So it is not how much one knows or achieves, but rather how much one can meaningfully communicate. Mathematical complexes should be left out at the 0th level. the excitement to know and the passion to explore should be conveyed. A sense of psychological and intellectual satisfaction in understanding involved scientific knowledges, and agencies and institutions should have coordinated effort. There is no coordinated policy apart from what Professor Gupta just mentioned. ANRF has started doing it in India for science communication. Let people know. Only then, 30 years back, these questions were, why so many people in the country, no Olympics medal? You know what changed? Now it is not asked. You know what changed? They decided actively take sports to the rural areas. Today, among all the medal earners, 65% are from rural India background. But we have not taken science, technology to rural areas. And we expect excellent manpower coming up. You cannot. So when you think India, don't think IIT Mandi sense. Engage yourself into social commitment. Try to prove yourself as a human being, not as associate, assistant, fool, 9th pay commission, 10th pay commission professor. It doesn't pay out in the bigger run, right? So, I don't have time. Rags to riches story, it happened. A very remote village in Midnapur, in a place called Midnapur, coastal area. I went there again around 2007-8, met with a boy who came to me asking me, you are going to talk about the sky rope. No, nothing attached, and with a safety pin here. Everybody said, sir, he's 7 kilometers to the school and goes back. So all our teachers have pulled money and gave him a second-hand cycle. And he has a record. He was in class 8 that time. He has a record. In 8 years, he has never missed a single day of school. So I liked it, brought him back, and I did something. And then I gave the lecture in front of some 2,000 students, huge, big school. And believe me, making the long story short, now he is at University of Washington and has got an offer for an assured tenure position at Caltech. Right. An astronomer. Regularly kept in touch, came to Kolkata, BSc, then did MSc from another university called Bardwan University, did it so nicely, went to CISA at Italy to do his PhD, went to Cornell for postdoc, second postdoc Washington, third postdoc Cornell. He asked me to come back. That is what talent search is. We don't do it. Right. Okay, another just 3-5 minutes. So basically, my mentors. She said about that importance. When he passed away 2 years back, Jayant Vishnu Narlikar, he was really my mentor. And another person whom in this standing here, you will think I'm making a very bad statement. He was really a friend to me for last 12 years before he passed away in 2015. Real friend. And he told me this, you are doing science, I know you have done research and have gone through all these things, but you have this gift of talking. Why don't you go out? Talk to young people. India should develop not by us scientists only, but by their active participation. Right? And this fellow really is till today, I thank him. He was one of my biggest friends, I will say, not President of India. I hardly show this photograph to general people, but here I thought, because he gave me the essence of science communication, why we need it, and expressed his sadness that scientists in our country are not doing. But he was a very gentle person, he never make rude words, rude words. Duariji, you started doing, you know. I have not started, I have not succeeded, but we have stalwarts like these people. So let us try to change the scenario a little bit. That much I can say. Okay, thank you very much. Within my time frame. Oh, yeah, you are the, yeah. And after this, no questions, I know, right. You ask me questions, I will answer back another question. Tell me.
Thank you for the nice talk. So, sir, my question is that, you know, while we argue that government is really looking into science communication, are they really? So, for instance, there was this program by DST called Afsar, which was about science communication. I happened to be, you know, one of the winners for that. And there was no opportunity afterwards, right? And when I came to IIT, right, the moment I talked about science communication, they thought it was about journalism. Right, so I mean, there are people in our country who are skilled enough, right, and given an opportunity, we will be very happy to float courses like that.
Absolutely.
But government will only fund workshops which are technical.
That is what is happening in 99% of the case. I am asking the government to get up, rise up from your stupor of, well, how is science doing nowadays? Asking that funny question. You don't know, get the answer from the experts and follow the experts. Not follow your own policies.
For instance, ma'am is sitting here, right? So why
this
can't
is happening
have
lately.
Science communication?
No, don't point fingers at her. I will never. Right, but the point is the policy is happening lately. What has happened in the last 80 years of independence? Right?
No,
Don't
what
forget.
Is gone, but what I'm
Don't
trying to say
forget
is when we are pushing so much on seminars.
62% of our MPs, MLAs, hasn't crossed the boundary of a school. 62%. Go and check.
Which is why we need
And
people
they make
who
policies
can
of
communicate to
what
school
education
and
should be. Secretaries will do donkey's job. Scientists will pass on to this secretary. ये तो नहीं हो सकता ना वो थोड़ा हमारा नहीं that will happen later. We'll do this time. What is happening in US now, even in science? To some extent, as an external person, layman, I read it in the newspaper so that I can see.
So just like tinkering labs is the focus of the government, and
It's
invested
a
loss,
grand
right?
failure. ATL, it started with so much of promise. When I was a part of the ATL council, it failed. And center is blaming the schools. They are not interested, you know. And the schools are blaming, you know, the central government policy is such, we have to buy all these 20 lakh rupees worth of instrument from 3 agencies. And those 3 agencies are minting money. Government doesn't know, they know, but they will go on doing what to do.
So maybe one thing that could be done is that, you know, when we have these projects, right, and for certain projects we do have a component of, you know, dissemination where we invite people, right, to attend the technical conference. How about we invite school children or people who are not so technical, because thereby the capacity also, you know, builds. Plus if we have workshops where we see, ultimately it's communication and it's a skill set and it can be developed.
See,
yes.
Ma'am was talking about impact parameters, right? I'm trying to do it with the University of Alabama.
But is science communication not impact?
What is the impact parameter of a public outreach program? We don't do that. Impact parameter of research and its effect, yes. But public outreach, I give so much of this thing, energy, money. What is the outcome result? Nobody thinks about that. Ye karna hai, kar liya. I have to do it, do it. Uska baad, what happens next, we don't know. So these sort of issues, the user feedback is not there in our country, the concept. When you say about being 3 young kids, oh, young kids, hey, have a fruity and go. So user feedback should be one of the central issues in our policy making, which is not there, not in India, in anywhere. Once you go there, there is a saying in Bengali, once you go to Lanka, you become Ravan. The same here. Yeah. So the best will be to get connected with her. She is the person who is doing that.
So can I react? You're a faculty here?
Yes.
Okay.
In the area of AI.
So my commitment to you is that whatever ideas you have, let me talk after this. We will implement it. I work for ANRF right now. Okay, is that fair?
Sure. Thank you.
You tell me what your ideas are. We will explore implementing that.
Thanks for
any other question? Yeah.
Wonderful talk, sir, and a lot of thought-provoking. My name is Professor Jayshilan Murugain. I'm from SRM University, Andhra Pradesh. I have a different view, whom to communicate, the science. This is an IIT. If you go to that water body, papers are floating there. And in my own university, the papers are there. Are we educating our own students to have an empathy, number one? Number 2, responsibility. And then care comes the curiosity. I cannot keep on going to the public and tell that I'm doing research. Can you understand antimicrobial research? No one will understand, no one will listen to you. And computer science, for example, they have a better future. That's what the parents are doing. I cannot go there and tell them, you do biology, you can give an artificial baby, designer baby, puffy face, curly hair, pinky lips. You cannot convince. They think that after 4 years, I get a job.
That's
and
problem.
if I do a PhD in biology, I need to work a lot. So the parents' mentality is like that. Are we really looking into the total growth? And only 20% communication is possible. India is a bigger country. 20% of people, they work hard for the remaining 80%. An agriculturist, an auto wala cannot stop working. They have to keep on working, whereas others have the liberty of taking all the things and doing all the things. What's your opinion on this, sir?
Yeah, but these things will be there. But we have to look into the positive direction. And what we can do to change, even if in a small, minuscule way, to shift that particular direction that at present we are going. We blame the younger generation.
We are not blaming, we are not starting in a wrong place.
Hey, you don't do this, you don't do that. And in Bengal, that is, see, 80 years back, there were Satyendranath Bose, Jagadish Chandra Bose, Acharya Prafulla Chandra Rai. 8 years, and see what you are, you cannot produce any of that. And I asked the people, in 8 years, what you have produced, tell me. You're asking the young kids. Drastically, dramatically, gradually, the whole concept of learning, knowledge dissemination has transformed into getting into IIT is getting a good job. Money matters.
See, on the other side, when we talk about the food, earlier we were talking about eradicating poverty, now we are talking about nutritious food. We have moved it. Okay, thank you, sir.
These things, see, these are
Can you imagine a small country like North Korea waging a cyber war on the United States? Can you imagine a small country like Can you imagine a small country like North Can you imagine a small
Hello all. Hello all. Just checking if everybody is fully satiated or not. So yeah, we'll start sharp at 2 o'clock. If you have any friends outside, please call them. We'll start sharp at 2 o'clock. Because we have got other sessions which are really tightly tied to the timeline. Yes. Okay, I'll make this announcement once and I'll make it later. So we have 2 talks now. After that, we'll have tea from 4 to 4:15. That will be a very short tea. Followed that, we'll have 1 talk here from 4:15 to 5:15. And at 5:15, we'll request you to move to the guest house conference room, which is just 1 floor above the ground floor. So it's in the 1st floor. So we'll have the final talk there. The online talk by Professor Karthik Atmanathan will be there. If there are any students here, I think the students are finishing their lunch, but if there are any here, students can also take Hall A, which is just next to us. So I'll repeat this again after the end of this session. Thank you. So Shailendra, I think we can slowly start. What is the time as per your clock? 57. So we'll start at 4:03.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next session is Social Media for Academics. May I request Professor Hitesh Shrimali, the chair of this session, to kindly take over.
So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session. We have Dr. Lakshmanan Natraj. He is a researcher and innovator with 15 years of experience in signal processing, cybersecurity, and artificial
known, but we may have forgotten things like that. So I was lucky to be part of that kind of ecosystem, wherein so I had done my PhD, but the government, the government funding agency, they thought this, they funded my PhD, the research for my PhD thesis. They felt this could also go beyond PhD research, academic research. They said we'll also open up like a funding based on something similar. And my professor had a small company which is a research-oriented. They call it small business, and there are these projects called small business innovation research. So I was able to carry out from lab to like next 5 years, 6 years as a PI for that project. And carry out, take it to the market and take it to like also deliver it. So basically you would have heard it from the initial stage would be like a TRL1 or TRL0 kind of a thing, and take it all the way to like say higher TRL levels and so on. And around the same time I was also lucky to be part of a DARPA project. DARPA is very a tough one. Tough agency. So that there, to today what we talk about in terms of say consortiums and also the industry academia collaboration and so on. So I was lucky to be part of that ecosystem as a co-PI there. So we were like one group and we were a small business. We had an university partner and then a national labs as a partner also. And this was on like deepfake detection and what we call deepfake detection today and so on. And we were competing with a lot of big like names like Purdue, UC Berkeley, and University of Maryland, USC, and also companies like Honeywell and so on. So they were all part of this big program. Just like today in ANRF, you would have seen some of the bigger programs like EV program or the other MAHA programs would have like large teams, which are teams of teams, consortium-wise, things like that. So there also was able to do a different type of research, wherein this research was more targeted, not academic anymore, and also was that helped in like publishing papers and then patents, and which also got translational. So what I'm trying to say is that these ecosystems which ANRF both is trying to create now, and also it has a large impact on both the performer, which are the research, the researchers and professors today, as well as the general like society and others also. And further, I think at that time we did used to share a lot of these works on social media and other things, which also helps increase in citations to an extent and so on. Right? So I came back and then since last year or so, I've been an advisor, a part-time advisor for ANRF, and worked in different areas, projects like the MAHA AI for Science mission with Professor PK on Saral AI and AI for Science hackathons, and right now also helping in a little bit on a few other projects, AI and social media related. And then very recently I also started engaging with universities as either visiting professor or professor of practice and so on. So that is just very recent, and apart from my regular ANRF works as well and other consulting works. So the question now is, why research needs outreach, right? So as you would have seen, I think the first few slides basically talked about that. Like just creating knowledge alone is good enough, that the knowledge comes out of our papers, patents, and so on. But when we communicate it across, right, like research, then that leads to communication, that further leads to collaboration and innovation and impact, right? That's what we hope for, and that's what, some of these would be resonate with what Dr. Aparna already presented this morning, but very much similar on those lines. So I think this is what I think Dr. Aparna did not have, but telling about but it was inspired from her white paper, that the impact will matter. So it's like a two-way, I guess. This one way is like organically, if you can create impact, definitely that's a great way of doing it. But very soon, in the near future, it will also be measured. Of course, how do we measure it, and those issues, other guidelines and other things will be properly, at least taken care of with feedback and so on. But the future projects will also look into this as one of the, it will not be the only one, but one of the metrics and given to reviewers to review that, right? So that is another thing which thought of mentioning. And the other question, again, there's no one single answer for this. This varies from time to time. Like during the Apollo times, there was newspapers and other articles, magazines, and so on. Whereas today things have changed. We are in the digital era, so most of it, of course, newspapers and magazines still matter. It's not like don't matter at all. So what are the types of outreach content, right? When as universities, researchers, PIs, that is one thing which you would like to know. What are the content that actually create for research impact? Again, this is still a no one size fits all, but it could start off with, say, images that shared in social media, simple image saying that Professor PK does post a lot of those images, this paper talks about this, and so on, and things like that. Or infographics, definitely that has a better way of like showcasing content, illustrations, blogs, articles, reports, and also the other ones like reels, shorts, webinars, explainer videos, and so on. So how many of you have heard here about who's the godfather of AI? Like, can somebody mention? Sorry? Jeffrey Hinton, yes, Professor Jeffrey Hinton. And there's also another person who was very recently in Meta, and he started his own lab, own company now. Yes, Dr. Jan LeCun. So if you've been following both of them, Dr. Jan LeCun to a different extent, and I'll first start with Dr. Jan LeCun. Dr. Jan LeCun, at least if you've been following him, his talks, he would go and present the same talks each and every place, almost the same slide, same talk. It will call Japa, 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 Japa. Now if we hear the word Japa, we know that you have to go to him, right? He could have just said that, oh, I published it. I'm Dr. Jan LeCun. I'm a Turing Award winner. People will take my work and they will publish it. No, he doesn't. I remember in Chennai, he came to Music Academy, and IIT Madras had organized a talk. Full house. Children were there. A lot of school children all attended the talk. There he talked about Japa. And then he went somewhere else, a few other places when he was here in India. I just casual, and the funny part is all of these are on YouTube. So it will come on YouTube also. So he said, okay, what did he talk there? There also he talks about Japa. Japa. So the big professors, they are not thinking that, oh, why should I talk? I mean, this is my work, everybody knows it. They can go to my page, or they can download my paper, or even if your paper is not available for download, they could even say that they could pay institutional access, which is in a paywall, and then download my paper and read. No, they don't do that. They put it all publicly out there. They put a nice page out there. So creating web pages, that's another like very nice way of showcasing content, and they've been doing it. And Professor Jeff Hinton used to do it in a different way. So this was a little bit earlier. He also used to present, and if you remember later on capsule networks, he presented a lot. But Professor Jeffrey Hinton, his paper, the Alex, I mean, he and Alex, and they kind of they brought back the deep learning and AI revolution brought back. What he used to do was, when they saw that deep learning was really like giving good results in both like initially speech and image computer vision, he started adopting the same, like the deep learning neural networks or CNNs, 1D CNNs, but he started also tackling he went to so many different fields and started applying deep learning there, and with students there, and going and presenting there, and so on. It's a slightly different way. Again, this also research plus outreach. Fundamental applied research plus outreach. So all of this cumulatively is what kind of is what we're able to get here. In that is one thought I just want to mention, right? So the question again, why does communication change everything? So is a research paper alone enough to kind of just reading a research paper alone, is it enough? But with outreach, what you get is like a lot of awareness, trust, and you'll know about collaborations, and then also how things can be adopted and so on, right? and which will again further lead to impact. So with Professor Shyam's permission yesterday, gratefully I asked that I'm going to take his project. He has a ARG project from ANRF, which the abstract is public out there. So that's going to be my running example for a few examples today, right? It's because I've been talking for quite a few minutes. So the next illustrations, what I'll do is, I just named it as Professor Shyam project, so in different versions. So first let me play this one.
On developing Thermobifida, Fusca is a robust microbial cell factory for the production of industrial enzymes and platform chemicals. Although Thermobifida Fusca has demonstrated strong potential for cellulose degradation and thermostable enzyme production, its metabolic pathways and responses under industrial conditions are not yet fully understood. The project integrates genome, transcriptome, secretome, and metabolome analysis with 1 metabolic flux analysis to map metabolic pathways, identify bottlenecks, and optimize bioprocessing conditions. The study aims to develop an efficient Thermobifida Fusca platform for producing cellulases, xylenases, and valuable chemicals such as acetate, pyruvate, lactate, and succinate from renewable biomass. The research is expected to advance our understanding of thermophilic microbial systems while contributing to sustainable biomass conversion and biomanufacturing. This project...
So let me pause here. How many of you understood 10% was what was just mentioned? Just 10%. Okay, you understood 10%. Only one person understood 10%. He did, okay. Okay, then I should not do. So anybody else? Did anybody understand at least 10% was what was just shown and things, right? Like, okay, so majority are saying they're not even able to understand 10% of what was shown here, right? So, and this is what we are used to. I was also used to this. Even my old slide, if the old presentation I showed there, I started off with problem statement, all of the methodologies and things like that. Very classical one, no? Introduction, very basic, it's text before. It will change to like a very nice different formats like infographics and so on. So what we started off with, what is there in the left, that is like an empty project template. And this template was also created by AI. So it's not like this was populated. We tell in AI, this is the Maha EV mission, and it deals about electric vehicles. Maybe you can feed in some more information about it and so on. It first creates an empty project template. This template could be could be saved, and every time this template could be used to update as new projects come, right? In that way, like you are also maintaining consistency across projects. So it started off with a template in the left. And then the right would be like some examples of what could be populated. That is also, and the far right is the one which was the final output that was created as an infographic. And then you can add some audio and video to kind of do some simple translations of that. So we are also planning to release explainer videos and webinars on how to do these, so that anybody can also take this and do this by themselves. So the basic workflow again would be start off with an abstract, then go to like ChatGPT or any other large language model, create a poster like what you showed, then ask it to generate. We wanted to keep it simple, 1 minute explainer videos, just 1 minute and so on, and ask it to generate a narration script. And then finally create a simple, there are lots of tools to do that. A simple tool would be, there are also a lot of paid tools, but I would say a free tool, very simple and good tool is Google Vids. It's now part of the Google Docs itself. Google Vids can be like, just like how you have Google Docs, slides, sheets, Google Vids, they have integrated there. It's now for free, and anybody can just use it to create simple, and it's actually lots of options are there. You can record webinars, you can record your own voice or AI voice or avatars, so many things are there. So definitely something to try out. And ANRF, like I mentioned before, will also be, is also creating from all of the projects it has, it's creating these 1 minute explainer videos and uploading lots of them on as YouTube playlists and so on. This is something which we recently started. And in August, I think I took this from yours also. In August, we are also introducing in Saral this 1 minute research reels. as a way in which you yourself can go and upload your small project content, and you'll be able to get some nice reels out of it. So some of the, what is the big picture among all of this, right? All of both Saral as well as some of these individual explainer and content that we want to have is, we would like to empower, and the impact framework, empower researchers to share their work so that there is also maximum visibility and impact, right? That is one of the main goals and ambitions that we are hoping to. And basically, like ANRF is also wants to support this. We don't want to fund and forget, but also support this and integrate this as much as possible. So that is other thing. And so there's one always, I would not advocate this, but some researchers say that they have the social media friction or a little bit something like that, right? We actually would want more and more professors and researchers to come and share their work. But in case if that's the case, or people feel shy sometimes, one shortcut or one option could be, each university and or institution, they will have one research communication page or research page or so on. Their main job also is to go and find out what research is going on and share about some of their works and so that, right? And they can, so instead of you sharing it from your profile, this is another way to do it. Of course, the option one is still what is we strongly advocate, you yourself coming out and sharing it, and that is a more organic way of reaching us. But if the second option, part B, would be, maybe you could also have that, to get it through the pages. It's a win-win. The institution also gets lots of content that way, right? So that is another way of doing institution, because lots of different institutions, researchers here. This is one way also I thought of just mentioning. But the underlying fact is this: want to empower researchers in different ways as possible. That's what we are hoping to do in this and many other initiatives. So the final takeaways are, like, every research project has multiple stories, so visibility is very important. Communication is also very important, and feel free to use AI. Today we are it's a great tool that can help aid in creating these multiple contents, right? If you saw all that I created so far, and there's one more, one last one. Input was same, prompt was different. AI tool was also same, but outputs were all different, right? Imagine the number, how much this could happen. You just need to create. You can also bring in your creativity here. Lots of different creative aspects you can bring in and do this and so on. So that's the final message and takeaways I want to just leave out with. So, and finally, one last video, and this I just made it during the lunch, which with Professor Sanjeev was also there. Let's see, I have not yet fully checked on how well it has come out, but let me just see how this is one last video. Because I wanted to basically say that this, you can, like mentioned, right, you can bring in new creative concepts, new ways to do it, and all using free tools, by the way, as much as possible, right?
Every year, large amounts of agricultural and plant waste contain valuable carbon, but converting this complex biomass efficiently into useful products remains a major challenge. At IIT Mandi, Professor Shyam Kumar Masakapalli and his team are developing Thermobifida fusca as a heat-loving microbial factory for converting biomass into valuable products. The team look inside the cell using multiple biological measurements and carbon-13 fluxomics to understand carbon flow, find bottlenecks, and optimize the microbial process. The goal is to create a robust platform that converts renewable biomass into industrial enzymes and valuable chemicals, supporting more efficient and sustainable biomanufacturing. Every year, large amounts of egg.
So let's stop with that. So I'm going to ask the same question again. This is again, this is the fourth version you're seeing it. How many of you understood at least 10% of what the project was aiming to do? Right? Wonderful. Wonderful to see that. So I'll stop with that and be open for questions. Yeah.
Any questions from audience?
Yeah, interesting talk, but just you know, it's a kind of a worry. You know, impact is important. You know, I start with the first picture that you show, because ISRO is a huge organization, has been working for so many years, and you know, thousands of scientists, engineers put together the mission, and the brand is built over years. So, you know, when you show the picture, the impact is there. And it's not just the picture, because there is a big story behind it. So, you know, it's like impact is not just, you know, if we simply focus only on communication, probably, you know, it's like you didn't do much, but then you have great communication skills, and then you put out stories. So over a period of years, is it not discredit the research?
Yes. So that's a wonderful question, especially first giving the ISRO example. So yes, the ISRO and Apollo and all of the projects which I mentioned are all very huge projects, and they definitely have big organizations and like they've been doing it. But wanted to just share that as an impact a big research project could create, and at our level we are, I guess, like different researchers and PIs at both individual levels, sometimes at a say multiple university project level, or even at like a bigger projects like Mahab and other things. Yes, we are doing different projects, but there could also be some amount of outreach impact it could possibly create, which will also inspire a lot of people to kind of take that up and so on. So that was the main intention behind that. Yes, I do understand that in ISRO and other organizations are very large. That is the one point. The second point is that yes, that is very important, that it should not just be for communication. Right? Like that is also one just communication alone is not the main intention of this. I think the overall, mostly it will get lost. I think Dr. Aparna has also mentioned this morning. The intention is rather how research, different research that like it's going on in different parts of India at different, like at university level, or at even national labs level, and different also startups and all of the other levels or so on. If we can actually, if more people can know about that, that is the first step. And say what if, based on the research that I just showed, what if some industry or startup wants to take it on, and they want to contact Professor Shyam here and say that we are really inspired by what this video had shown, we would like to know more, and we will also do some basic research and take it up a startup and things like that. So the positive intentions are what we are hoping for. The negative ones are we should be wary of it, and it should not, who will be the enforcer, that is still difficult to decide, but we should not be overly on just purely communication just for the sake of communication. That is not the intention. Yes. I think there was one more question. If you want, yes.
Yeah. Very nice talks, Lakshman. It's very good that you touched upon the various aspects of the importance of the science communication. So whenever we tend to kind of create certain videos, especially the videos as you had given, sometimes it may not directly match with the reality of the research, because we have got some experience that we tend to use some AI tools, but the AI tool makes it more fancier, and it may not show the reality. So how to kind of handle such situations, and what's your take in this regard?
Yes. A very good question again. So I've actually experienced this also. Yes, I absolutely agree that AI adds a lot of things, makes it very fancy, And so one way, in fact, in ANRF, we also wanted to see, like, when we showed this this slide on, the mission content, this one, right? The one in the right, when I first saw it for the first time, I myself got a little scared if this is what AI could do from just the things. So and there we will also need to bring in some, I mean, there is no one solution to it, but some solution thoughts we started was, we're going to first put that disclaimer that these are AI generated images and media and for illustration purpose only. So it's like how, like, that is one way to convey that these are, do read upon it, and we want to at least, the intention is to give a big picture overview of the whole process. That is one way to do it. Second way is the accuracies are also very important, because for example, when I did this here, I have very little knowledge on how accurate this is, and that's why I was asking Professor Shyam also. These 4 videos, I have very little knowledge of any of the accuracy parts. That has to be done with, it will be better to do it with the subject matter expert or the direct person itself. And that is one of the reasons why we would want the researchers and PA to themselves do it, because they would have first-hand knowledge of this kind of. But there are ways to like tell the AI to reduce this and so on. That can be either AI itself sometimes tells, can you tell me how to fix this? Or you could also ask people like us and others what are some of the tricks to do that. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Last question.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's a very interesting topic. So I would like to make one comment and perhaps a bigger question that you might be able to address or at least discuss in parts. So, I think inherently scientists are not shy to communicate their research. I believe they're more careful. They're more careful that they want to pass on or communicate the message which is scientifically correct. So they are not shy. Now, in this thing, there are high chances, say for example, one ANRF project got funded, we had all the good intentions for discovering something fundamental, but but science doesn't work like that. It doesn't know that ANRF has given only 3 years to solve it. So sometimes it takes more time, more money, more effort, more cost. So discovery is not so time bound. So scientists are more careful in propagating what they have found. So in order to, do you think a larger problem that can arrive at a certain point of time where the expectation of the people who are funding our research goes really in exponential manner, but the progress in real translation goes in, a lag phase, and that quite obviously can happen. At that point of time, how do you think ANRF would handle it?
So it's a great question. First, I'll answer the last part first. I'm a part-time advisor, consultant for ANRF, so I can't really tell from ANRF's perspective, but I can tell from my own personal perspective. And again, these are all personal thoughts, is that there is one distinction we have to remember here. I think maybe I also did not mention it, but that's a very important point you brought out, right? We are showing whatever videos I showed, they are, in Professor Shyam's case, the project is over. For many cases, the project is going to start or it's just starting and so on, and there is a possibility that what they hope to achieve in the project will not get achieved, right? So it's very important, the communication is very important. We have to be wary of that and say that if this project is successful, this is what it will achieve. So the wordings are very important. That is point one. And second point is, you mentioned about scientists and they are not careful, right?
They are careful.
They are careful, right? Careful, yes, that's good, that's good. I think there is where there are 2 parts here, right? Scientists are careful. If they have a result, if they have published it, it's there in a paper. And they are very carefully vetted through the paper completely and published it in a paper. So we are going to take this paper only, wherein the information has already been vetted by it, and present it in a way which is better, more easier for people to understand. In that way, it is just it's like one mode to another mode. Paper mode, everything has been carefully vetted. It's just translating in a nicer, simpler language which people can understand. Of course, there also, if the scientist also, if it goes back to the scientist for feedback and the scientist also happy with what it comes, then it's even better. But if not, till that time, you can just mention that these are just AI generated and refer to the original paper for more information. So that
yeah,
is the
agreed.
other,
I mean, my only concern is, say, a layman who doesn't understand what is peer reviewed or not, wouldn't that hype be created in an exponential manner? And that can hit after, say, 2 decades, and suddenly people realize, oh, not everything, because how much success is that? 10%? Even if you see the NIH's number, for each dollar they invested, it comes out $10 over a span of 70 years for 10 to 15% of their projects that they are funded. So that's the basic outlay all over the world if we see. So that's all. I mean, I think that model needs to be discussed in some forum at some stage.
Definitely, that's a very good point. That is possible. Yeah, peer-reviewed papers and published papers. Now, there is also another case. You brought me, what if somebody publishes a paper, you think that paper is true and the results are real, and later on it gets retracted. We are seeing a lot of articles, right? Papers getting retracted. Then that is another case which is also important. And yes, all of these are also important things to remember, consider, and the hype also needs to be tackling those is also important. We have to see how to do that. I don't have an answer at this stage. I can think of newspaper, they sometimes print something and then say correction. What is printed will be in big fonts in the headlines, but correction will be somewhere in the corner. So we should not follow that, but yeah, that is something. And this has to be collectively happen also. It's not one agency or something, but as a research community, scientist community. Sure. Thanks for the very good questions. Yes.
Yeah, so thank you for the wonderful session. Okay, we can go for the next session. Okay, yes. Thank you.
Anybody announcing?
Thank you, Dr. Nataraj, for sharing your valuable insights with us. We also sincerely thank Professor Srimali for sharing the session. We now move to the next session.
Our next session is Saral AI, democratizing scholarly work into accessible multilingual content. May I request Dr. Shrikant Suguvanam, the chair for this session, to kindly take over.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone, and it's a pleasure and privilege to introduce Professor PK. At his request, I'm just going to say that he's a visiting scientist at ANRF, Government of India, and serves as the President of India, and he's currently on sabbatical from the professor from IIT Hyderabad. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Srikanth. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, so for everybody after the pathway, can you all move forward? Everybody after the middle path, move forward. Everybody, otherwise I'll come there. Please come ahead. Oh, sorry, thanks. Just thinking about it. उठो यार, तब से बैठे हैं. Okay, come. Start. Security जी जो भी आ रहा है उनको पीछे नहीं बैठना, आगे आना. Very good. One last time, good afternoon. Okay, nobody, no interest, I guess, with that food level. Interest levels are also low. Let's see if we can inject a bit here and there. So let's agree on some protocols. Okay, before we start. Protocol is when I ask some questions, please try and answer. At least one of you. When I ask you to raise hands, at least do that. Because otherwise, if the answers are not there, then it's hard to move ahead, figure out a path to take, where to go, all that. So we'll see how that goes. To do some simple ones, how many of you are faculty? Oh, wow. It's actually driven by, oh, okay. How many of you are faculty at IIT Mandi? Okay, outside faculty? How many of you are PhD students? Okay. A master students? How many of you don't know who you are? Okay, so yeah, so that list is also an interesting list sometimes to look at. Very good. So how many of you have come here for the webinar contest? Keep your hands up. Of those of you, how many of you created your submission video webinar for the first time? You have never done before webinar, and this contest के लिए आपने webinar बनाया? Nobody? Or all of you? Oh, all of you did for the first time? Oh, keep your hands up. Let me take a picture. Right? So, oh, all of you did it for the first time? Wow, Srikanth. I think we should be happy about it, right? So we got at least, thank you, please put your hands down. We got at least about 30, 40 people who have come here, maybe 120 of them, majority of them may have done it for the first time. Oh, that's actually very, very surprising also. That leads to my next question then. Very surprising, right? 40 of you or 35 of you have done it for the first time. Why you did not do before? Why did you need ANRF to come and say contest hai, isliye sab banana pada? How many of you don't understand Hindi? Oh, you don't understand Hindi? Please ask the person who's sitting next to you. No, but 35 of them did not do. So I'm asking the question to them. 25, 30 of people did not do it. But it's okay. I wanted an answer from why they did not do. That's okay? Yeah, if it's okay with you. Yeah, why you did not do before? Just give me 1 second. Let's go a different route to the same question then. Okay. How many of you have, the numbers will be higher here. How many of you have at least one paper published with your name on it? Up. Okay, very good. Keep your hands up, keep your hands up. Of those of you, how many of you have converted your paper, with which your authorship, co-authorship is, into a format that is other than the LaTeX, Microsoft Word, the source document that you wrote? Other than the webinar contest. Good. Okay, what format did you do for people who have the hands up? What format? Poster. Okay, news article. Yes, ma'am. What? Video, okay, very good. Okay, video, news article, some poster. Okay, very good. Now another question. How many of you have seen others convert their research into a different format? The hands will be higher than the earlier one. Is that okay? That's the message. It's not about really one number or something. This number is higher than the other number. Why? Why is the number that all of you are researchers, I mean, all of you in the research community, right? PhD student, faculty, postdoc, all that. When we see others do more, but we don't seem to be doing, what is the reason? Yeah, Shrikant, I want others to answer, one or two, otherwise I'll come to you. Give me one or two reasons. Why is that we don't do it?
I think I did it because I was seeing a lot of people doing it and promoting it on LinkedIn.
Yeah, but why did you not do it before? Was there any reason that, can you think of any reason why you did not do?
I just didn't think that I needed to do it.
Okay, very good. That's a great answer. Oh, I did not think that it needs to be done. Okay, yes, ma'am. Just speak, it's okay. I'll repeat for everybody. भैया आप बैठ जाइए सिर्फ वो बोल रहा है मैं रिपीट कर लूँगा. Okay, ठीक है, back seat. Okay. I did not know what I did not know I should do. Back seat. Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. It is not the traditional academia, it is transitioning. That should be a topic of discussion separately, I think, but let's agree to that. Shrikant, you had anything other than what they said? Yeah, very good. That's also usually oh, I don't know how to do. Right? मुझे बनाना था, मगर मुझे ये पता नहीं था, whatever Lakshman spoke, that's easy to do. I can just put it on ChatGPT, ask it to do something and modify all that, right? So tech, backseat, right? I never thought that I should do. All of these are reasons, right? So one of the things that, at least at ANRF, we have been talking about for last 17, 18 months, is that can we address some of these problems? That's the goal. If you look at what is the webinar contest goal, that's exactly, if 30 of you have created for videos for the first time, it's the first time we are doing. We plan to do this 3 or 4 times in a year. So hopefully in a year from now when we do, it will be 1,000 submissions, not 120 submissions, hopefully, which will happen because now you have come. Another question to you, which is, how many of you have posted on social media that you are at IIT Mandi? Oh, really? How many of you tagged ANRF in that post? Okay, you got some likes or something? Yeah, okay, very good. That's exactly what we want to do. FOMO effect create karna hai. Right? Oh, this professor is here, your peer will see it that you're here. Next time when we do the webinar contest, whoever was on the wall, no? See, for people who will not do it, it's hard. I don't know. I mean, it's not that we should make them do it, but it's hard to get them to do it. But people who are on the fence, saying that, oh, look, I did not see any incentive to create a webinar. Kyun create karu? Now that they've seen you come to Mandi, please go around Mandi, take some nice pictures of scenic places and post that also. Right? Let's create a effect of, how many of you have come to Mandi for the first time? Oh, very good. You all are our ambassadors. Right? Please do it. Please do it. That you've come for, tag Sham, tag Srikanth. Right? They all should also get the credits for hosting it. Right? So that's the way we are thinking. We are thinking that can we attack this problem of different parts of research pipeline, which is starting from, oh, I want to do PhD. In what discipline should I do, to the point of getting a grant, which is what Professor Aparna said. She has it as the red category, right? Multiple crores rupees of project. If you see, ANRF has a pure, clean trajectory there. If you're a PhD student, you can apply for travel grant for conferences. After you finish your PhD, you can apply for whatever, Ramanujam fellow PM ECRG grant, right? That's the starting point. After PM ECRG, you can do an ARG. After ARG, you can do a MAHA. Right? So you can, and then after you're like 40, 50 years, you can do JC Bose, right? Full trajectory for a research career is with ANRF, starting from first year of PhD student, right? When you enter a PhD program till you become superannuated professor. Actually, the Prime Minister professorship that was given like few months back is after superannuation, you're given 5 years to go work in a different, how many of you know that? Yeah, right? So after superannuation, you're given 5 more years to go work somewhere else. Fantastic, no? 22, 23, you start with ANRF, do everything for next 45 years, ANRF will still keep doing some of these things. So that's why the point I want to get across is, at every given point in time, can we actually inject some aspect? Some could be technology, some could be non-technology, which is this. Creating a, I mean, we are creating this brand, right, called research impact, after that few words. So research impact, Conclave is this. Research impact, lightning talks. Research impact, conversations. Research impact, meetups. Research impact, ambassador. Research impact is constant. I don't know how many of you knew this connection with all the activities that we are doing. How many of you are hearing it for the first time? So that's the long-term vision, which is that we are doing all of this. Can we put all of them together in this brand called research impact, or brand, or entity, whatever, right? So all that I said is already existing. Lightning talks, conclaves, right? Meetups, conversations also is there. Meetups, we can call a conclave as a meetups also, but there are smaller ideas that are ambassador. How many of you know about the ambassador program? We just posted it like a couple of days back, right? Guess what is the current number of registrations for that ambassador program? Just like 15 minutes back, guess what's the number? Any guess? 1,000? Okay. Anybody else? Huh? Oh, you just did +1, so you're one of those. So we have now 4,220 people who have registered for it. Amazing, no, it's not even 48 hours since we posted. We posted only day before, 48 hours. 48 hours plus 2-3 hours. It's only 50 hours since we posted it. We have 4,300 people who are saying that they're, and I'm so excited because there are so many, I can show you the graph later if any of you are interested. We were just talking about what the distribution of from the undergrad student to a full professor is. Amazing that the distribution is very, very equal. I was expecting a very skewed distribution of very studenty applications, but it looks like even full professors want to contribute. Actually speaking, there are people who are messaging me saying that, oh, I'm in industry, I'm 30 years old in the industry, can I come and help? Amazing. Look out for the ambassador program. There's fantastic ideas how to set up this ambassador program in future. But let's come back to the question. Why? So all these reasons are there. So one problem that we started tackling was this idea of, oh, look, can we actually build some platform? How many of you were there when Dr. Shiv spoke in the morning? Right? We consciously use the word platform, right? Because there's this idea that, oh, look, Saral is one. Please don't sort of say, have the opinion that, oh, ANRF is doing this Saral as a tool, all that. There's a much more larger, actually he referred to this one, I don't know, I was looking at Amrit whether he's catching it. Dr. Shiv mentioned this word called Anumapi when he spoke. That's the master platform that I was telling you in the breakfast, which is a master platform for every single thing a research entity in the country would want, starting from a PhD student to the Prime Minister's office. Every single thing that you want, you will go to this platform called Anumapi. Currently, we're just building some bits and pieces. Some Pragyan is going on, some Saral is going on, all that. But hopefully, at some point in time, the Anumapi itself will get exposed to all of you. Right? But let's go to Saral. So all of you have your phone, laptop. Yeah, please open. Let's just do hands-on session. I'll just walk around. Before that, let's embarrass Shyam a bit. Right? So, yeah. Let me see if I finished all my questions. These are my questions I had. Sorry. Right, students, faculty, RAs, LinkedIn post. How many of you have posted about your research on social media? Oh, wow, very good. So this audience is a different set of audience. So two, three quick pointers for what people have said before if you did not know. This is the one that Lakshman was referring to, which is if you see, this is the playlist that ANRF has in their YouTube channel. Every day we push about 20 videos here. All videos are generated by a code. Even pushing it on YouTube is done by a code. We have just set up scripts that these videos are getting generated and pushed. 73 is here. Tomorrow, if you go, it'll be 93, 103, and things like that, right? So this is taken from, how many of you are ANRF grantees? Yeah, all of your papers will come like this. The plan is also to tag the institution that you're coming from and all that. Hopefully, that will happen. How many of you saw these two posts? Oh, is it? Not many of you have seen this. Yeah, this is the post that a couple of days, for the next 1 or 2 days, these things will keep coming. How many of you are ANRF faculty? Sorry, ANRF faculty, but IIT Mandi faculty. Okay, so is anybody in this room from this list? Okay, very good, very good. How many of the others want to be in this list? IIT Mandi faculty? Guess what list is this? What list is this? Google Scholar arranged in the descending order of starting highest to the lower, descending order, right? I was just going to motivate saying that how many of you want to be in this list? Okay, so now let me do some playing of videos. Just to motivate you, I think if you have already seen, how many of you have already created a Saral output? Okay, some of you. So let's do this.
वाले इस पॉडकास्ट में वेलकम हैं। ये एक फैसिनेटिंग रिव्यू है।
हाँ जी, प्लान स्टेशनरी।
So what Lakshman and all showed was a video format. This is a podcast format. And how many of you use Nano Banana? How many of you don't know what Nano Banana is? Okay, for somebody who has used Nano Banana, can you give a one-line introduction of what is Nano Banana is? Okay, AI tool for image. What is the input? Output? Okay, so this is Nano Banana. On the right-hand side is Nano Banana. That's the skin that we generate. Can all of you shut your laptop? Okay, thank you. Right? So input is a paper, output is this text that we generate what the paper is, and we create this image that is there on the right-hand side. Interestingly, for the last 3 weeks, we have been spending 9 months, 10 months on the entire platform. last 3 weeks, for whatever reason, this podcast has become more popular. I don't know whether it is the skin, but our uptake has become more popular in the last 3 weeks. From 30 or 35 average every day, we're hitting now 80 to 85 users average every day, which is surprising, but.
होते हैं, इसलिए उन्हें अपने एनवायरनमेंट के हिसाब से अडाप्ट करना होता है. लाइट सिर्फ फोटोसिंथेसिस के लिए नहीं है. ये क्रिटिकल डेवलपमेंटल क्यू है ना?
So I don't know, Shyam, whether this image is representing what the paper is. Amazing output that Nano Banana gives. I've not had a single person in the talks that I've given in the last 5 weeks, or even people who use, complain about it. And people actually are surprised. Last week I did this in IIT Roorkee, 2-3 output that I showed. They were surprised that the AI is able to actually build an image that is so summary of the paper. Even the minute details, they were actually telling that was an electronics paper. The author, the professor was telling me, look, it got this there. Right? So please, I mean, if you're interested in doing all this, try Nano Banana separately also, not necessarily through Sorrel. So this is a podcast format. We create about 5 to 7 minutes of the summary of the paper. That's the podcast in English. Anybody speaks Telugu here? Oh, good. So let's hear some Telugu first.
Iron ox.
అందుకే దీన్ని డిస్కార్డ్ చేయకుండా ఈ ఐరన్ రిచ్ బై ప్రోడక్ట్ ని రీసైకిల్ చేయాలని చూస్తున్నా. అది చాలా మంచి సర్క్యులర్ ఎకానమీ అప్రోచ్.
ట్రెడిషనల్లీ మిల్ స్కేల్ ని ప్యూర్ ఐరన్ పౌడర్ గా రెడ్యూస్ చేస్తారు, కానీ దానికి హై టెంపరేచర్స్ అవసరం అవుతాయి.
So what are we trying to do? This also Dr. Shiv mentioned. I'll just elaborate on few sentences that he said. So there are multiple vectors that we are trying to attack. One vector is the language barrier, right? How many of you, when you started reading research papers, you found first intimidating to take a 12-page paper and even to read the paper fully in English? I was intimidated for sure. I can accept it, right? And then you're like, okay, can somebody tell me what is going on, right? And then suddenly there's a math formula in between. You're like, paper kab khatam hoga, right? So first is the language barrier. The other is the format barrier itself. PDF is one format for sure, which is what all our papers are, but can we actually convert that format into a different format that Lakshman said? Lakshman gave a lot of primer from the content that I had in my slides, so I'm not going to go there, right? So that's the Telugu one. These are all formats in different languages, but I'll show you different formats now. How many of you are on Instagram? How many of you are not on Insta? Can you please tell me how you live your life? Peacefully, yeah, I know. So for students, please remember that. He's basically saying all of you are not living in peacefully. Yeah. So
scientist log kadle.
How many of you understand Marathi? Marathi? Yeah, so this is Marathi. So what here format is, the paper input, the output is just 50 seconds, 55 seconds of this Insta, YouTube stories format. Just summarizing the paper. And please, and again, a line from Dr. Shiv, it is not a PR. It is not a publicity. It is at least repeating his line, it's a fundamental to doing science, is what at least the intention here is, right? We are not saying that, oh, by 55 seconds listening of this video, you will know what the paper is. Absolutely no. One of the job of a researcher is to excite others to do research in that discipline. One of the expectations of researcher is that you will be able to do some research which will be valuable to others, which is a venture capitalist should come and say, I will invest. Somebody else should say that, oh, can I give so much money to IIT Mandi to take care? Is that I'm sure you have a TTO office, right? Technology Transfer Office or equivalent to that, right? Right. So today, if you see anybody outside IIT Mandi wants to know what IIT Mandi is doing, the Technology Transfer Office is the only way to get access to it. That need not be. Shyam is doing a great job by having a LinkedIn account for just the R&D office itself. R&D office should be able to say it. No, why should VC to come? You have to prepare, go present. Just say whatever you're doing. VC will pick it up, right?
Hi, graph neural network आणि वाईट आठवणी हे कसं शक्य आहे?
हो, त्यांनी कॉग्नॅक नावाचं एक नवीन तंत्रज्ञान विकसित.
Right, so that's Marathi. How many of you use Sarvam, the language model? How many of you know about Sarvam? How many of you don't know about Sarvam? Okay, for people who know about Sarvam, give a one-line introduction to Sarvam. Somebody tell me? अरे यार, इतना हाथ ऊपर गया रहता? One-line introduction to Sarvam. Okay, India's language model, which you can, that's, so two partners that we have in the entire crime that we are doing here. One is Google, Gemini, the second is the Sarvam. All the things that you're hearing in Marathi, Telugu, Malayalam, Hindi, English, everything, the voice is coming from Sarvam, okay? So somebody said poster before, that's the poster format. So if you input a paper, output will be this poster. Here is a business brief is more so for decision makers. So here is another, anybody Gujarati here? Okay, so let's do Odia. Malayalam? Kisi ko to, okay, let's do Malayalam. But just see the format.
Training data.
What is the format difference between this and podcast?
Adverse effects remove ചെയ്യുന്നതിൽ focus ചെയ്യുന്നു.
How many of you closed your ears because it's Malayalam? You do not bother about my question only. Malayalam hai, mujhe to kya sunna hai. But the question was different. What is the format difference between this and podcast that I showed you? Yeah, not images, nahi hai, podcast, yeah, not images for sure. This one is actually text. It's actually changing, right? So it's a deck of slides. Is that okay? This is a deck of slides. Podcast was just a voice. I mean, we're trying to figure out one so to say version which both can be merged. But this is basically a deck of slides.
Cognac, various data setസിലും manipulationസിലും state of the art performance consistently achieve ചെയ്യുന്നു. Existing graph methodsനെ outperform ചെയ്യുകയും.
Okay. And in this one format that we added is also super exciting, which is this one. Tell me what the format difference in this one is.
Systematically integrate करता है.
What's the format difference? Right, so you have the text also in the local language. Look how far we can get, right, with these technologies today, our platforms today, right? You can not only convert it into English summary, you can convert it into Hindi, you can get Hindi voice, all these things can be done. Of course, earlier somebody asked a question of accuracy, all that is kept in mind, don't worry about it. Okay, now let's go to the platform. Please open your phone, laptop, whatever. Oh, one quick difference that I wanted to make. I think morning breakfast, maybe somebody asked this question, so let me answer that question. So again, how many of you are grantees from ANRF? So you're all at the horizontal level, right? All of you, the funding you must have gotten, unless any one of you are in Maha or something. All of this is a slide from Dr. Shiv's deck, so directly copy-pasted, used it here. So this is all your PME, CRG, ARG, all these grants are at the bottom. There are some, so to say, mission mode projects like Maha EV, Maha drones, Maha water, all that is mission mode verticals. There are some activities that ANRF itself does, which is the Apex activity on top. For example, the impact framework, right? That's an Apex activity of ANRF itself. It's not a project that ANRF is funding. Does that make sense? Yes, no? Yeah? Saral also sits there. Okay, so that's the small difference, but difference that is useful to know. Okay, let's go to the platform. How many of you are into open source? You contribute to open source projects? Yeah, okay. So two decisions that we made when we started. The first decision is everything that we make for Saral will be open sourced. That's why when Lakshman also said, all aspects of open source tools is what we're using. Right? So you can take the code, install it in IIT Mandi server and do whatever you want with Saral. However you want, you change, please, go ahead. Right? So that's the open source GitHub repo, but here is the actual, can you please go? Take your phone, a phone or laptop, whatever you have. If you want the URL, it is saral.democratizeresearch.in. Otherwise, it is, you can scan the QR code. Please download a PDF of paper that you want to convert first before you go. It just helps. Please have a paper of yours, or somebody's, of your advisor, of somebody whom you don't like. Convert it and show that how bad it is. You can do anything you want.
I thought like
yeah, it will come. Yeah, it's coming, no? What's the problem?
No, nothing, sir. That's it, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, when you scan, when you go there, please click the start converting button, and then it'll ask you to do login. Yeah. Yeah. Right, so meaning we added all the Indian platforms also, Zoho, Microsoft, whatever was available, Google, everything. How many of you are trying? So I can actually follow with you. Raise your hands if you're trying. Raise your hands if you're not wanting to try. How dare you? Right? Okay, good. Start converting. So it'll ask you for uploading a paper, upload the PDF. So there are 3 modes in which you can actually give it an input. One is the LaTeX file itself, the folder of the paper. One is the archive link of the paper. The third one is the PDF of the paper. When you upload the PDF, it's going to say processing. How many of you have reached the processing stage? Yeah. So for those of you who are curious about how does it do, it takes the paper PDF. We are doing a first thing called as PDF parsing. We just open sourced the PDF parser also like a couple of days back, right? So even if you're interested only in PDF parsing, feel free to take the open GitHub repo. So it converts the PDF into text. Actually, the format, if you're going to do the podcast or video, it'll actually, somebody asked a question earlier. One of the professor asked a question earlier, no? Oh, I think you asked the question. You asked the question, oh, I don't know if it says something that is not in the paper or if it is exaggerated, all that. Exactly. But you can edit. That's exactly the feature that we built in, right? So when you process it, paper, it'll give you the text of the audio and video it's going to generate. So if you feel like it is wrong, edit it. That's the second power that we want to do. First power is open source. Second power is you should control every output that you're getting. It is not you upload a PDF and you get the podcast. You can change the text, audio, everything you can edit. How many of you crossed the processing stage? Okay, very good, very good. I'll come there. If you have gotten the output, please get me near you. I'll play your output. Yeah.
I just upload one of the manuscripts and I'm realizing that it's safe.
Safe meaning what? Somebody will take it and use it? It's okay, yeah. Anybody has the output already? Yeah, can you play it?
Already record, sir, but the PowerPoint only half.
It's okay, it's okay. That's how it is generates, don't worry. Play this. Audio? Where's the audio?
Yes, sir, audio. Okay. 1 minute.
Can you download it?
Yes, sir.
Please download it and play it, let's see. Anybody got the output? What did you do? Audio? Only the power presentation? Okay, did you see the different formats that we have? Okay, very nice. Yeah, so if you're doing PowerPoint presentation, one thing that we added was different templates for you to prepare the deck. Here is one, if any of you are interested in knowing the inside stories of some of this, here is one use case that we did not foresee, okay? But Saral is getting used, which is professors are using Saral now for creating content for the classes to teach. Why? You're teaching a class where you want to discuss a research paper. You put it in Saral, you get a deck of slides, modify it, go to your class and discuss the paper. That's the use case that you did. Deck of slides, we never, at least our interest was, see, ANRF interest is always only in R, not in teaching. But we were surprised that Saral, one of the professors sent me some, actually, day before yesterday, one academic institute even did an amazing, Sham, you should know this. Amazing thing that they did, because of the orientation, you must have also had your orientation. This institute in South India, they gave the manual of R&D office into Saral, got a podcast created, and played the podcast to all the 1,000 students. They sent me the video of saying, here is the professor presenting Saral to the MS and PhD and undergrad students in the orientation. And the video basically talks about what R&D office does. That's not built, Saral is not built for that. Oh, nice, you're getting avatars. So if you go to Reels, you'll also get some, see, these are small, so to say, frills we added, but please move on away from the frills and get to the final content. Anybody else got the content? So how many of you know Beamer? Beamer. Okay, so Beamer is what we use for slides generation. How many of you know MoviePie? MoviePie is what we use for generating the final video. I'm just giving you all the open source tools that we use, right? Output? Anybody else has the output? Podcast, video, any output? How many of you don't want to raise the hand? Because I'm going to come next to you. What, madam? Yeah. It's all Wi-Fi connection, our server, don't worry. All of you will get the output. Oh, you got the output, fine. Can you play?
2026. Today, we'll explore the key findings and contributions of this important work. Let's begin by understanding the problem this research addresses. Imagine your doctor using artificial intelligence.
Good, yeah. Can we give a round of applause for him? Very nice, right? So I think these are, I mean, imagine, no, you want to understand the paper. You just downloaded the paper. So by the way, how many of you use platforms like InflibNet? How many of you know about InflibNet? How many of you know about Archive? So we are actually talking to these people to figure out whether Saral button or a video button can be next to the PDF there. How cool it will be, no? You're searching for a paper, it goes to a website. But Shyam, this R&D office here should do. Every paper that you upload on IIT Mandi's website, wherever your repository is, just create it. Get a student to deploy the Saral here somewhere. It can, by click of a button, you should be able to get hundreds of papers, no? Hundreds of papers of Saral output can come by click of a button. That's what we have done internally today. Internally, every day, every 4 hours, 5 papers gets converted automatically. Meaning whoever did the video or podcast, you will also see a button called share. You will see a button called share. If you click the button called share, it will actually have your YouTube channel and a LinkedIn profile. You click the YouTube link and say upload, it directly goes to your YouTube channel of your account. Right? One click. I mean, Dr. Shiv's way of saying this is, how many of you have bought things on Amazon, eBay, Amazon, Flipkart with just one click checkout? That's what this is. We just want researchers to do one-click checkout of input the paper, output wherever you want, whatever format you want. Actually, current deployment that we have, you can even get the output in multiple formats at the same time. You don't have to pick only one format. Right? I see some people getting multiple outputs, some people are still in processing. Let's see where it goes. Anybody else got the output other than English? What output? A video, what language? Oh, how many of you picked the language? Yeah, meaning when you did the video or picked the format, there was a drop-down button there called language. And there was also a drop-down for female, male, male, female, combination, all that. She's done the output? What output? Huh? Yeah, play it for me. You are more excited about her output. Just play it.
সেটা বোঝার মাধ্যমে শুরু করা যাক। থার্মিয়াম সিলভার আয়োডাইড TL2AgI3 হলো একটা সিগনিফিক্যান্ট ইন্টারেস্টিং মেটেরিয়াল কারণ এর ইন্ট্রিনসিক্যালি লো ল্যাটিস থার্মাল কন্ডাক্টিভিটি আছে। থার্মোইলেকট্রিক্সে এই প্রপার্টির অ্যাপ্লিকেশনের জন্য এর
collaborator. Okay, thanks. Technically it is saying okay? Right? So yeah, so these are our testing points also, right? At least about 80-90 of you are doing it. I mean, if there is any major issue of, look, some of the issues that were said earlier, oh, it hallucinates, it says some things that are not relevant. We just want to know that also. Very, very good. Anybody else? Yeah, what did you get?
The problem this research addresses. Imagine needing to detect tiny amounts of pollution in your food or water, but the detection method itself.
Super nice. A round of applause for him. His own paper. But here is a challenge. You're a green shirt, no? Okay. So here is a challenge. By evening, you should actually post it on social media or LinkedIn and tag ANRF on it. Are you a grantee? Yes. Are you a grantee? Then though it's mandatory. Right? Somebody morning asked the question. I was keeping my mouth shut for that part of the question. Oh, I mean, currently it's guidelines. It is this, all that. But please understand, at least I have seen some funding agencies across the world now asking for your social media post when you submit the report for the funding. Some of you are shaking your head, so you probably know it well. If for those of you, how many of you understood what I said? How many of you did not understand what I said? How many of you are not thinking? Okay. So the point is, all of you will submit a report for your funding. quarterly report, annual report, all that. There are funding agencies across the world. India mein abhi nahi hai. Right? We are not asking you to tell us where all did you post the video, YouTube link, LinkedIn post, Twitter thread. How long will it take to ask that? How many of you got PME CRG recently? How many of those of you, how many of you read the letter that you got? If I ask you a question in the letter, will you answer? Yes, no? Guess what I'm referring to? No? There's a few lines that we added. Recently we added few lines in the PM. All letters these lines will get added. Currently we were just trying it out. ARG also, correct. These letters have lines now which says, as guidelines, please post your research on social media, please tag ANRF, please post it on YouTube. All this is written as guideline. How long will it take to become mandatory? Right? Okay, good. Any questions? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Yes and no. So what's your name? Tanzila, yes and no, Tanzila. I would actually argue, for example, the videos that we are doing, Prism, you are a PME CRG, no? We will create it whether you like it or not. Because here is the reason why it is. Your project approved list is publicly available because it is taxpayers' money on a government website. That Tanzila got this proposal, here is the abstract, here is the email address, here is the title, is available to the world. We're just taking that and creating ourselves. Do you want us to take it? Do you want you to take and get the credits? Do it yourself and get the credits for it, no? Anyway, the abstract doesn't abstract doesn't go into the details of the solution. That's why we're giving you the power of editing. If you think that it's crossing that line, delete the text. What's the problem? Yes, sir. Accept the grant meaning? Right. Yeah. But that, what do you want ANRF to play a role there? Counter? Yes and no, but then the journals also somebody can decide saying yes and no, no? No, I don't see meaning you're just moving from one platform to another platform is all I can think of. Why? Please do. So for example, I don't think so. I don't think so that's a... So I said about InflipNet. How many of you know InflipNet? How many of you don't know InflipNet? Keep your hands up. Of those of you, how many of you wrote a PhD thesis? All your thesis is with InflipNet. So she's surprised. Mera thesis InflipNet ko maine kab diya tha? Right? So InflipNet is a repository, preprint repository of Government of India. Right? It is also, for example, ANRF funding now, it will come out very quickly, near future, that all research funded by ANRF preprints, as of now, guidelines to be uploaded on InflipNet. So for example, Indian Academy of Science, we are talking to them. We are talking to NIPSR, we are talking to CSIR. All their journals now we want to go through Saral, including ICMR. Because that's how we want. Exactly your Indian point is what we want to attack. Look, you're all publishing journals. Just put a link next to it for a video. I mean, Saral is the way that ANRF is doing it, you do it, but get a different format. Put it there. I can show you some examples of, let me see if I can show you the InflipNet example here. But that's how we are attacking the problem of, how much time do I have? Yeah. That's how we are attacking this problem of India journals and all that. Let me see if I have anything else. Any other questions? Anybody else trying something? How many of you tried Insta? I thought some of you, in the phone I saw Insta Reels. How many of you did Insta? What language? How was it? It's okay. It was your paper? It was not your paper. Anybody else did Insta Reels? Okay, very good. So some numbers, slides, just to show you some context. Some of the examples, quickly I'll tell you, some of the examples are just reiteration of what Lakshman said. He just stole away all my slides. Right, if you see the slide was in his deck. So some of you said that you posted on LinkedIn or social media. That's a problem that we have heard from professors and researchers. Look, I don't know how to write a LinkedIn post. So we said, okay, Saral will do it. So this is a LinkedIn post draft of the paper. If you see there's a copy button there, you click the button copy, go to your LinkedIn and post. Otherwise, there's a button called share. You click the button share. It'll take you to LinkedIn. You just post it from there. Same thing with X. How many of, so many of you said you knew Jan LeCun. Jan LeCun is so popular in LinkedIn and all these platforms, right? So you want to write a Twitter thread. How many of you seen Jan LeCun write Twitter threads? Twitter threads, imagine he's writing a 10 post, 7 posts for a paper that he has published, right? So that's the template. We just took some of these best researchers, Twitter thread templates, and then created this template for us inside Saral. That's a one-slide summary of what we can do today. Papers, patents, input, thesis, books are in pipeline. Presentation, poster, reels, podcast. Illustrations is slightly harder. What Lakshman showed you as video for Sham is very, very intense. It takes a lot of human effort. But I'm pretty sure 6 months or 1 year from now, even that will become slightly simpler. Blogs, briefs, websites, all of this can be done. So we hit about 10,000 users on 16th of July. Oh, we are almost like a month. So today we are, so that's not 12, that number is about 12,500 or 600 now, we can just check. So in about less than 4 weeks, we have grown actually 2,500 users. That's why I said our user base is just increasing, potentially probably the 10K effect, I guess. I don't know. How many of you use extensions? How many of you don't know what a browser extension is? Okay, can somebody tell them what a browser extension is? It's speed mein. It's a button that is in the browser you can do. So here is a button for Saral again. Right? So we said, look, research pipeline we want to attack, no? Oh, now why will I go to saral.democratizeresearch.in, upload my paper, and then ask it to create a format, all that? We said, look, I'll come to your browser. You're reading a paper. From the paper, we want you to convert it into a format and listen to it, right? So that's the paper archive. I go to Saral. That's the extension that we have, the SA in the SA there. And then you can say, oh, look, I want podcast. Whatever you did now, you can just do it in the extension here, right? The discussion that we are having with some of these platforms is, can you see view PDF here? Can I just have a button called Saral here? It'll be super cool, no? I mean, amazing it'll be, right? Any of these platforms. That's why we're talking to Indian Academy of Science, InflipNet, all of these people to get there, right? Lakshman already said about academic institutes. These are a few academic institutes, again, reiterating IIT Roorkee, IISER Bhopal, NIT Trichy, IIT Indore. All these academic institutes have done phenomenally well in terms of creating playlists. Individual professors do it. I think last time when last year you said he was in April here. So probably Saral mention would have been there, but not really as a platform. It's more than a year now. So yeah, we have a fairly good amount of content generated in terms of platform features. So here is one assignment for all of you. This is a deck that Dr. Shiv and I put together. Okay, it's a assignment for all of you. If you're individuals, non-individuals are like Srikanth, Sham, all administrators. How many of you are administrators here or take care of research administration? Few of you? Okay. So this is, the second line is for you. The first line is for individuals. Please convert your paper. If you have already converted, please post it. Tag some of us. One commitment that we have, that's why I asked you, did you tag ANRF for the post you are here? Please tag ANRF, Dr. Shiv and me. We will amplify your research. That's the commitment that we are giving, which is that if you tag us, we will try and do something with it, like, comment, share. Yeah, how many of you have seen Dr. Shiv's comments on these kinds of posts? right? He will pick up some, right, the binge watching things that we do. Oh, binge watching LinkedIn post, बैठ के देखते हैं सब सरल post, and we'll just keep doing something with the post, right? Asking some questions, thanking you, blah, 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 all that. Any guess on how many followers that ANRF has on LinkedIn? 10,000. More than 100, okay, how much more than 100? Oh, million तक अभी तक नहीं पहुँचा है. मुझे ये भी पता नहीं है million people research organization को क्यों follow करेंगे, but yeah. Right? So we are about 190, 185,000 followers right now. Just think about it. No, your post is getting liked, probably some of them may get it, but if they repost it, you have the audience of 180,000 for you, right? Okay. So how many of you will do this assignment? So this evening when I do the post, I'll do the post about, I'll do 2 selfies this side and that side, do the post, tag Dr. Shiv. There is a high probability that he's going to ask in the comment saying that I'm expecting for assignments that PK gave for all of you to create posts on it, right? So that's how this all strategies are set up, right? So please try and see whether you can do it before he asks. Right? Okay, very good. So that's my social media handle, in case if any of you are interested. How many of you are not connected to me? How many of you are planning to send a request now? How many of you are not planning to send a request now? You have an account, but you don't want to send a request. You can't get out of this room. Okay, good. Few questions I'll take, but otherwise, thank you. I will read out some names. So if you're already connected to me, can you do a hi as a message? So I'll tag you in the evening post, so that I know you are in the room. Otherwise, I don't know you are in the room, right? So we have like 2 minutes left. So let me read out some names. How many of you sent the request already? Garima Agarwal. Okay. Tarun Kumar. Lakshay Bhatta. कौन है यार ये सब? Oh, okay. How many of you have multiple LinkedIn accounts? How many of you don't want to answer that question? How many of you understood the joke? Okay. How many of you have multiple Insta account? Look at her happily saying, one for my parents to follow, and rest the other account is for everybody. I actually have students who have 3 accounts, right? One for only malicious activities, right? Clearly defined. Arshit Sharma. Okay, good, yeah, very good, very good. Thank you. Again, any last question?
Yes, what I would suggest is, because we are running really tight on time.
That's
fine. What we can do is, we do have tea outside. And we can carry on the discussions there. But because you also want to take a group photograph, right? So we are saving some time for that.
Yeah, I'm taking a picture right now here.
Yeah.
So. Okay, let's try. Let's do one from this side, one from that side. Yeah, do whatever you want for the picture. That looks very empty. I don't like that picture. Sarali, I can add some pictures. Okay, this one is a better one. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just make a very quick announcement. So I thank the speaker, Professor PK, for his nice talk. And I really hope that Saral AI kicks off in a big way. Just very brief announcements. Tea is being served outside. Please do carry on the conversations with to ask him questions, bug him as much as you want. And we will come back sharp at 4:15. Sorry, 4:15? Yes, 4:15 into the auditorium. At 5:15, we will finish the talks, and then we'll walk to the guest house. The participants who have been invited, they can walk to the guest house. Those who are not participants, faculty, students, Hall A is being reserved for you. This is for the last talk by Professor Karthik Atmanathan. He is going to appear online. We are doing this because there's a colloquium from 5:30 and we have to vacate the auditorium. So just to repeat, tea outside, bug PK, Hall A, guest room, guest house conference room for the participants. Yeah, 4:15 to 5:15 we have the important session, and from 5:15 we walk towards. Yeah, please, thank you.
and tea is served outside. Thank you.
Director IIT Mandi Catalyst, and Mr. Somjit Amrit, CEO and Director IIT Mandi TIH. May I request Professor Shyam Kumar Masakapalli, the chair for this session, to kindly take over.
Thank you, Shweta. The current section is From the Lab to the World, Translating Your Research. There are two speakers. One is Professor Deepankar Deb, who is the Director IIT Mandi Catalyst, and we have Mr. Somjit Amrit, who is the CEO and Director IIT Mandi TIH from the iHub. Both of them are going to deliver, mainly in the context of From the Lab to the World and how translating, how they can facilitate, because they both are our Section 8 companies of IIT Mandi, and it's a privilege that they are here to share their experiences. And I'm sure many of you can really connect once your research shapes up and how to translate. I think we should hear from them their experiences, and it will be very interesting to see what kind of guidance they can give us. And they are available here on the campus, so it can really help many of the scholars as well as faculty, young faculty who are here. Yeah, with that, first and foremost, I would take the privilege of introducing Professor Deepankar Deb, who is currently the Director IIT Mandi Catalyst. He is also a professor at the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics at IIT Mandi. And he's an affiliate faculty member of the IXMA Center, which is Indian Knowledge System and Mental Health Applications. He previously served as Professor of Electrical Engineering at the Institute of Infrastructure, Technology, Research and Management, Ahmedabad, and as Assistant Professor at IIT Guwahati. He also brings over 6 years of industrial research experience from New York, USA, and GE Global Research, Bengaluru. His research spans AI, robotics, adaptive and nonlinear controls, cognitive robotics, renewable energy systems, and autonomous aerial platforms, with a strong focus on translating theory and deployable engineering systems. Apart from that, I'm well aware that he is an author who authored several papers and also books. Of latest, I've been seeing a lot. And under his leadership at Catalyst, there are a lot of new initiatives. So, including the Bionest, which he operated. With that, please come. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Excuse me, slides are not sure. Yeah. Yeah. Full screen. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. So, my talk for today is beyond the prototype to impact. So, basically, we all are researchers. This is a research conclave. When we do research, there are ways in which what we are doing may not make an impact. We are talking about research to impact, right? So, we should know ways in which this impact may get lost along the way. So, there are broadly three things in which whatever we are intending may not happen. First thing is what I call as married to the prototype. So, if we have a mindset that we want to perfect the prototype, that may make us wait for the patent to be filed, that may make us wait for our publications to be perfect before when we do it, and in many ways it will delay the translation, and so the impact may get lost, someone else may take the cake. Blind to the user. Whenever we are doing some research, we must know, we must remember Edison's dictum. Edison, he was the Sachin Tendulkar of his times. In his lifetime, he had more than 1,000 patents. Today, there are seven researchers all over the world who have more than 1,000 patents, but in his time, he was the only one. And the interesting thing is that the second guy was less than 100 patents at that time. So he was the head and shoulders above everyone else. When someone asked him, how is it that you are such a great scientist, okay, scientist of the level of many others who have made significant contributions in a century, in the last century, if you look at great scientists, you will count Edison as one of them. But he was also a great businessman. He was also someone who he built the General Electric company and very successful for most of last century. So when you are asked by a journalist, how do you do it? How do you make sure that your research, any idea that you think about, how do you ensure that it actually gets recognized or purchased by the society or used by the society? So the answer that he gave is very important for us today, is that when I look at, he said that when I try to find out what I want to do, it is not that I simply go to my lab and then see what I am doing and then hope that someone will purchase it someday. I first find out the problem or a gap that exists in the society, in anything that people are using, and then I come to my lab and try to solve that. So what happens is, this creates a ready buyer when you have the solution. When your solution is ready, you would already have someone who is ready to buy that. Okay, this is very important. This is also important in the context of patents. We'll come to that. And the third thing that we should not do is we should not be late to the patent office. Okay, many times in my last around 15 months of experience at IIT Mandi Catalyst, working with so many startups, even those who are doing very well, I have found this, that they do not have a very good understanding of when to file the patent. They believe, and most people and many stalwart researchers also I have seen this, that they feel that they must have the prototype ready first before they can file the patent. That is not true. In a competitive world like what we have today, if you think about GE and Caterpillar, they are like the direct competitors. So I have seen this. In GE, even a few days, even definitely a week is too much time to file a patent. If the business team believes that yes, we should go for it, then it will get filed even as a provisional within that week itself, because Caterpillar may be filing something similar very soon, and then if they do so, then this particular work will have no significance. And so filing early is very important. Now, how early should we file? As early as one has to file, only thing one has to make sure that the idea is not vague. As soon as the idea is concrete enough, one has to go for filing. So late to the patent office is something that is disastrous. There are many startups who give exits to the university or the incubator purely based on the worth of their IP that they hold. Many times the startup itself doesn't do very well. As you know, the startups have a less than 15–20% success ratio. And if you think that, and if you look at the success of the startup's product itself, that is even lesser. But many times, it is the IP that saves them, because the IP gets purchased by some other, a larger company at a very good price, and that prevents them from sinking actually. So The uncomfortable truth is that don't be married to the prototype, don't wait to perfect it forever, and actually go ahead and do something with it, even if it is not perfect. It can, because as the users will start using it, as the users will you will get involved, give some inputs, it will get refined and it will get improved anyways. Okay. So, these days we hear very less about these recalls. Okay. About 15, 20 years ago, Nissan and such companies, there were a lot of recalls. Why were the recalls there? Because finally the end user was not liking something for which the company spent a lot of time and effort in bringing in some new feature, but then ultimately it was not liked by the end user. This is one of the reasons. Sometimes, of course, some faulty apparatus is there or something, then recalls also happen. But something that was intended for a purpose, but because the user didn't get, or the buy-in of the user was not there, the involvement of the user was late. So, there it caused recalls. So, the recall is just one example. So, being married to the prototype is not the solution, because prototype is a means, it is not the end, it is not the mission. And of course, by being blind to the user, this picture is a very good representation. Those of you who would have stood in front of railway reservation counters in those days, when at 8 o'clock the Tatkal reservation was happening and by 8:05 it was closing. In those days, if you were in those queue, you know that only the first 5-6 people will get it, remaining will not get the Tatkal reservation. And the guy on the other side of the counter, he is doing his job, but he is not, or at least it seems that he is not bothered by the concern that we are having, and he can't actually solve that problem at that time. But this is something which happens even in many other scenarios where we are actually doing the right thing, that we, based on the parameters that we know and based on whom we are talking to, but many times the end users, we have not involved them in the entire process. And so, essentially we become blind to the user, which is one of the 3 major pitfalls that I was talking about. So, when innovation actually happens, we have to be at this green dot at the center of these 3 Venn diagrams, the intersection of that. There should be business viability. This is very simple, but this is profound at the same time. This is the foundation of what is known as the process of design thinking. Business should be viable. Whatever we are building, the business related to that should be viable. Does it fit the goals of the organization? We must ask. The technology that we are dealing with should be feasible, and the end user should find it desirable. Otherwise, even if business is viable and technology is feasible, even if we are in this region, okay, let's say we are here, or let's say we are just this part, okay, business is viable and technology is feasible, but user doesn't want it, then also it will not see the light of the day, it will not be a successful product as such. So, all 3 are required, and that is why this green zone is where we want to be. So, now this brings us to the 3 fundamental requirements of patentability, that is, novelty should be there should be inventive step, and industrial applicability should be there. To explain this, there is a lot of words over here, but to explain this, I would like to give you an example of the short or a stretch limo. Imagine that this is a stretch limo and this is a this is a small aircraft. Yeah. So, the length from the front to the back, they are roughly similar, let us say. And imagine you are in 1978 when the flying car was first granted as a patent. So, and then imagine that these 2 things, you just use mechanical welding technology to weld them. Now, if you sit on the car, will it drive on the road? Can you drive on the road by sitting on the car with a small aircraft attached to it? Yes, means it will not be a very perfect driving. You can't drive for miles together, but it can drive. Means the basic purpose of going from point A to point B can be done. So it is a car. This new construction is a car. And if you fly, if you sit on the cockpit of this flying car with an attached small cockpit of this cockpit of the small aircraft with a stretch limo attached to it, okay, you may fly for some few meters and all, okay. So is it, now I ask you this question, is it a new idea in 1978? Not today, but in 1978, is it new? Yes, it is new, because before that there was no such thing which could go on the road and also fly, right? But is it non-obvious, or is there an inventive step? Answer is no, it is not non-obvious, it is obvious. That means the mechanical welding technology was also there before 1978, the stretch limo was also there, and the small aircraft was also there. Since all these three things were there, and you did not do anything new just by welding them together, so there was no inventive step. So in for any IP to be granted or considered, there should be an inventive step. So then when did this get granted as a patent? When this whole thing got optimized, okay? There was some dependency on this one section with the other. When they modified this dashboard, modified the engine, modified all these things so that it could do both flying and also driving, then it became granted as a flying car, okay? So the inventive step is what is most important. So we must find, whatever we are doing, we must find that there should be an inventive step. We should not be too attached to the current shape and form of what we have, okay? And we must be not late to the patent office, means we must file reasonably early, and we should also keep in mind the end user. If we do all these things, then any technology that we are building will see light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, so what do we do at the center for? Quickly, I would like to, Professor Sham asked me to also highlight some of these things, because we are many faculties are engaging with many organizations where we are filing so many NDAs and MOUs we are signing. So some of the things that we in general must ensure so that it protects our rights as faculty and it protects the rights of the institution. So these questions should be clear to us when we are agreeing or on a particular draft with any organization. So what is already ours? Okay, it is not that we are studying from zero, right? We have some expertise in a particular field. So what is already ours? That is background IP, okay? So by virtue of a new agreement, that background IP cannot be captured by them, right? So that should be absolutely clear in the NDA, okay? What will we create as part of this interaction? That is foreground IP, okay, and ownership. Who may disclose it? So if I as a faculty am engaging with a company and doing something, who has the right to disclose and when? What kind of permissions would be required from each other? These things have to be very clear. And definitely we don't want something where our faculties cannot publish for a certain lengthy period of time. Sometimes in the rush to get some funding, they may agree to something, but then that may be counterproductive to what they are doing. So when should we protect it? As early as we can. As early as means when the idea is not vague anymore, when we know enough about it. Because remember, you can always file a second patent, you can always file a third patent, which is significantly further improved from what was the previous filing. So that is fine. So like this, who may commercialize it? Sometimes there have been some NDAs where the organization is not interested in, they are expressly saying that we are not interested in commercializing this product. So if you are not interested in commercializing this product, then the NDA should reflect that. Okay. So what happens if we disagree? If there is any disagreement, sometimes a foreign company, let's say, who have some offices in India, but they say that the jurisdiction will be in London, that we can't agree, okay, as IIT Mandi. So define exit from that NDA, when that will happen, the IP filing and dispute mechanisms, what would be the resolutions. All of these things are part of the way when we do research, it should be protected. The organization's rights and the individual's rights should be protected. So this is very important to understand these things. Any document which comes to us, if it caters to these things, it is very easy for us to move ahead with that NDA quickly. So finally, and we can take any relevant questions in this, but some questions I am posing for our introspection, for thought on these lines. What problem are we solving? Any research problem we are doing, we should understand what is all the different facets of that problem that we are trying to solve. For whom does this solution matter? This should be also well thought out. Okay. What have we actually learned in this process, in this maybe writing a proposal, maybe in the initial findings, what have we actually learned should also be something we should think about. What should we protect? There may be something which is you may easily protect, but then someone may easily infringe also. So then there is no point in trying to protect that. Okay. So for example, one very good example are these design registrations. In India, actually we don't get the credit. I'll just be done in 2 minutes. We don't get enough credit for doing some things right on this IP policy. For example, in 1972, the India Patent Act was passed. From the very beginning, we were first to file. Whoever filed first got the patent. In US, the patent filing system has been since Edison's days and even before, for more than 100 years, till March 2013, US was first to invent. So you had to maintain a diary log in your lab, because you had to prove that you actually invented it, because someone else who filed it later, if they can show that actually they had record that they actually invented it earlier, they could get the patent. So this was the system till 2013 in the United States. But we know in India, with so many pile of cases and all, we know that this kind of system would never work. We were smart enough that from 1972 itself, we were first to file. Whoever filed first got it first. So in infringement also, this design registrations are very hard to protect. So, and that is why if you would have noticed, even in ANRF ranking, almost all categories, only now in only one category the design registration is counted. So it is not something that we would put too much effort, as those who are designers and all, for them it's all right, but for the all other aspects of researchers whom we would focus on utility patents. So who can take it beyond the lab? Okay, so we would like to collaborate as researchers. We should collaborate with those companies or those organizations who can supplement our research expertise and help us to take beyond the lab. Okay, what kind of impact would these create? Any work that we do, what impact it would create? All these things are very important questions in the kind of work that we do as a researcher. So we have a colloquium coming up, and before that, Mr. Somjit Amrit's talk is there. Any quick questions are there, I could take.
Thank you, sir. Well, very nice to hear your perspectives on patents and filing and process. So 2 points just wanted to ask on based on my experiences, and also on that. So when I was in the US, I was lucky to have about totally 8 patents or so. So the process was mostly standard. So I come from a research background as well. So what we would be asked is, we would just be asked for the research paper, and they would tell us that in most cases it's a simple scenario. Some cases maybe they would tell us before publishing itself to send us. But even if you have it published, there is a 1 year time frame.
Yes.
1 year window. Even if a paper is published, there is a 1 year window in which you can file. So it's not, that is also not a problem. And that was, so that's one point which I wanted to check on. Second point which we were at least advised is that, and I've seen it practically on my case, is that as researchers, I think you also brought it, the inventors should not be, I think there is one point you mentioned. So as researchers, we may not be aware of what is patentable and what is not patentable, and you explained it very nicely there. So in my own case, like I thought one paper was patentable. They said no. I thought another paper there is nothing there. They said, oh, that is patentable, right? So is it a good strategy to, that now that we have researchers, professors from various institutions here, since we may not be aware really what is patentable or not, so just send as much of these, whenever a paper gets published, send it to the patent, like the university's particular office, and let them decide whether, and go and decide whether that is patentable or not. That is one particular.
You mean the university's IP?
IP or tech transfer office, different offices will be there. Again, their specialization, they are supposed to have specialized knowledge in this area. And later on, even when I was in an R&D engineer in a company, they told us only give the documentation. You don't, so many of these parts, whatever you mentioned here, the researchers should not do it. They should only give the documentation, and the team, the special team at the tech transfer or the patent office, at the company or at the institution, they will look and analyze these points. So just wanted to check on those.
Yeah, so on the second point that you made, I will come on that first. See, for a business organization, for a company like GE, almost you can say the entire decision is made by the business guy, whether it should be filed as a patent or not. Technically, something may be very sound, but if it's a much
product and design patent.
There is no, there are certain fields.
The points for process patent, for example, I am from the chemical synthesis background. So when your product patent also, but we have some methods which is having the environmental impact considered on the process patent.
See, I will, to answer your question, I will not discriminate between process patent and design patent or method, system and all, simply because think of the prior art search like a balloon. Okay, there is already air inside it. All the examiner is going to see whatever you are trying to say is your claim. Is it putting some new air inside that balloon or not? Okay, so if it is putting some new air inside the balloon, then you have to decide whether the cost of the even if you get a patent. So like he was giving an example that sometimes he didn't think that it was patentable, but it was patentable, and when he thought that it was patentable, it was not. But as an inventor, you have to decide, even if you get the patent, if the cost of that or the value for the end user is very low, then also you should not go for a patent. So these decisions have to be made based on this, because remember, patents have to be renewed for the period of 20 years. Okay. Otherwise, it will get abandoned. So to get the benefit, so you must, an average, for example, for an academic institution, the cost of a patent is roughly around 75,000 rupees. So now so much of man-hour has gone into it, then renewal cost will be around 50,000 for the next 20 years. So is it worthwhile to spend 1,25,000 on that patent or not? If the answer is yes, if you are going to get 3, 4, 5, 6 lakh rupees as a tech transfer, let's say, then definitely it is worth it, even if it is process or design or whatever.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
So
thank
in
you,
the interest of time.
Yes, but Professor Deepankar is available. Anyone wanted to meet him and get inputs on innovation, as well as about Catalyst, and also in relation to patent and other stuff, please reach out to him. Thank you, Deepankar. So now I take the privilege to welcome and introduce Mr. Somjit Amrit, who is the CEO of TIH IIT Mandi, and he's also the director. In fact, he's a engineer by degree and also holds an MBA from IIM Lucknow. And it's interesting to know, as if you interact with him more, this is my personal experience actually, you get to learn a lot, okay, via various interactions. And the reason is simple, he holds an experience spanning industries, technologies and markets for over 35 years. Somjit Amrit has led organizations namely like Wipro, Tech Mahindra, Apexon and others as a P&L leader in multicultural global environments. Just I wanted also to mention here, he is an awardee of prestigious Ajim Premji Innovation Award and Aegis Graham Bell Award, that's in 2019. And apart from that, it's a privilege that based on his experiences spreading across technologies, telecommunications, e-commerce, software services, data sciences, analytics, IoTs, and now currently human-centered AI. I think there is a lot more which he can really share to all of us. And it's not that only IIT Mandi faculty gain out of these iHub activities, both iHub and Catalyst in fact, but from iHub activities, it's also open for other faculties across India in fact. And they in fact work with many faculties spreading multiple institutes. I think we should hear from him, and he has his own books, he writes in Times of India and so on. So very wide experience, so please welcome him. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Maskapalli, for a very generous introduction about myself. I'm the last guy in the room to present, and I have lost 5 minutes, so let me start quickly. Yeah, so what I wanted to tell today is the talk was on how do we bring research activities from lab to the world. So that is the work which we all do. So we at the Technology Innovation Hub at IIT Mandi, the pivotal activities we do is translation research. Though we do 4 other activities, but this is one of the most important thing. And I will explain to you through examples how we are doing this and what does translation mean to us. Today during the morning session, I was listening to Dr. Arpana Gupta, and she made a very telling comment that translation research is of 3 kinds. The first one, which we all know, is foundational research. The second one is user-defined research, and the third one is translation research. So the examples which we will share with you to give you a glimpse of what is the translation work which IIT Mandi iHub is doing will cover these activities. So as we start, I just wanted to let you know that research and industry are 2 sides of the same coin. While research defines it, the industry explores it. The research measures it, the industry adopts it. The research makes it work, and industry makes it work at a scale. So this is very important to know. One cannot exist without the other. Rather than trying to make research bigger than industry or industry bigger than research, it does not work that way. Both of them have to work hand in hand. I attended one conference in 2023 May, and there was a telling remark made by one of the researchers from NIMHANS. When we talked about industry trying to promote that research, academia does not understand us, and the academicians say that the industry does not understand us. So she made a point. She said, and I have picked it up in this slide, where she says that the academicians or the academic research does not bother to look at the product market fit, while the industry does things without any strong foundational research. So the twain has to meet, and if the twain does not meet, the work will not get done. So let me explain to you how it has to be done. So this slide talks about, I think Professor Dev was also alluding to that. So we believe whenever a proposal comes to us, whether it is a startup proposal, whether it is a call for proposal, we always look at we should lead the discussion through a problem statement, and then the solution pitch follows. So therefore, we always tell people to start from backwards, a backward movement that we call, understand the business challenges, listen to the customer needs or the user needs, what is the ideation you are doing, how are you developing the prototype, what is the product and service you are generating out of that, and how the ideal solution has to be reached. So this entire process is so-called the TRL, or the technology readiness level, the business readiness level, which is talked about. Now let me come to the 6 examples which will give you a glimpse. There are many more, but I have picked up the top 6 which will give the lessons which you learned in the morning from Dr. Gupta and others. So these 6 are, there are many routes to translation. Not that translation research means the industry throws a problem and the researcher picks it up, researcher solves it and gives it to the industry, and the industry tries to productize it. It is not like that. The first example I would like to give is the industry academia solution which we build to build an indigenous solution. I would credit it to Professor Himanshu Mishra, who is sitting here along with his researcher Pankaj Verma. I think they have done a very interesting work. In January 2024, we visited Hero Motor Corp, and the Hero Motor Corp gave us a challenge. In fact, a 7-member team from IIT Mandi had visited them along with the director, and we said that give us a problem and we will try to solve it. Just imagine, this was the ideal translation research where we are seeking a problem from the industry and trying to solve it. The industry said, in India, the rural population uses bicycles, and they cannot afford electric bicycles which are costing around 50,000 rupees. So can we come out with a super capacitor based bicycle where the power requirement will be on surges, the weight of the bicycle will be less, and the driving comfort of driving like a bicycle will be there. We said yes, we can do that. Discussions happened for 3 months, 4 months. They came to our campus, listened to us. They showed us that Yamaha Motor Company has a solution, but we do not have a solution which can bring the cost of the cycle to 25 to 30,000 rupees. And we said, okay, we will solve it. But when we asked them that you fund this research, they said no, you first do the prototype and then I will fund it. So we at the Technology Innovation Hub picked up the problem, decided gave the problem out to the entire nation, and Himanshu and his team came up and won the opportunity to build this cycle. I think if anyone has time, he can visit his lab to see. We have got a video to show that. That is the example of Hero Motor Company where the industry gives the problem but doesn't give the money. The second example is Idea Forge, where Idea Forge said, how can you build a drone to manage the drone during night time when vision is not proper? How can you work in non-GPS, GPS denied environment? And we picked it up with NIT Trichy to try to solve the problem through LIDAR and short-range radars. The third example came from the government. It is a user-inspired applied research I learned today, and I classified it accordingly. It was a late classification, where the Andhra Pradesh government is trying to solve the problem of finding out malnourishment among kids between 6 months to 6 years. So they questioned us or challenged us that can you solve this problem by not being invasive or intrusive to the little kids, and do this in a way so that they do not cry, they do not get hassled when these kind of tests are being done. So we picked up a very interesting solution to do that, which I'll explain to you. The third one is an example where how the industry gives a problem. You saw the example of a Hero Motor Company giving a problem by telling that you come here, pick up a problem and solve it. This was a problem which came from Qualcomm, which invited experts, they knew the academicians or researchers who are doing work in visual language models and world action models, and they reached out to us saying that, can you solve this problem for us? So they gave 4 problems, and we picked 2 of them, and we are trying to solve that problem. The 5th one is the problem which we are trying to solve along with CDAC Mohali, which is a fellow research organization where we are trying to tackle the problem of soil health, and which we have already done through a tool which we have developed called Bhumi Medha, which was done to help the farmers and to improve the soil health in Punjab, which is a cancer-prone state. The last one is something which the problem statement came from, again from the government, saying that we have, can you use some technology to see that the intent of the people trying to cross the border is something malified, and we have to identify that through vision technologies. So these are the examples which I wanted to show you, that there are many routes to translation, many routes to problem identification, and they don't come in a particular pattern. So let me just quickly move to the first one, which is a supercapacitor assisted push-pull bicycle. When we started working on this project, a lot of naysayers were saying that, hey, why do you have to do this on a bicycle? Is it a high-tech solution? Is it a solution which will interest the investors? But one should know that a developing country like India looks for these kind of solutions, an affordable solution where a bicycle without a battery backup with a supercapacitor backup, which is bringing the cost down by 60%, giving the power at the time it requires, is very helpful, and that will work for us. So that is the reason we invested in this, and we are in the last year of this implementation, and I'm very sure that we'll come out with a solution, go back to Hero to say that we have developed the solution. Himanshu is here. Himanshu and Pankaj are here, who are the architect of the solution. I will just show a demo, a video of this. I think the video is working.
Hello, we are working on a project of smart supercapacitor vehicle bicycle with human-computer interaction for enhanced driving experience, and in this project we are in the 3rd phase. In first phase we have simulated the algorithms on the different software, and in previous phase we have performed the experiment on the laboratory test bed. But now in this phase we are going to use that algorithm on the bicycle. In this phase we have installed 2 pedal assist sensors, and these are used to control the movement of the crank. First sensor will control the rotation of the crank, and second sensor will control the angle of the crank. This is the running motor, BLDC motor, and this motor is powered with the help of this supercapacitor, with the help of this inverter board, and this inverter board taking the signals from these pedal assist signals and will control the movement of the motor. Now we are running our algorithm code, and we can see that this algorithm will run this BLDC motor, and for controlling the functioning of this motor, we are moving this pedal. At this point of pedal, the working of the motor stops, and when we change the location at this point, the motor starts working again. In this way, we can create the dead bands as well as working bands, so that we can use this method for regeneration as well as motoring. The working of the pedal assist sensor can be seen through these diagrams. As we can see that the yellow graph will show the on-off state of the duty cycle, and blue will show the angular partition of the crank which we control, and on the basis that we switching on and switching off the bicycle. In this way, we are going to control the machine, and in the next coming month, we are going for the regeneration in between these on and off. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think the idea of showing this is a problem comes, this is a work which we have done over 18 months. We are left with 6 more months, and then we will be getting this project done up to TRL level 6, and we at the Technology Innovation Hub will try to productize it and commercialize it with the help of a startup, and then we will be taking it to TRL level 9. This is the second example which I was talking about, the UAV which we are doing with NIT Trichy, which is trying to use the techniques of perception and trying to use non-traditional methods of locating obstructions, occlusions and others through techniques of LiDAR and short-range radar. This will be used by Indian defense and reliable drone perception in fog, rain and GPS denied missions with the way we are doing it. So the project has not yet started. This project is being supported by Idea Forge, an example where industry and academia are working together. The third example is something which we are doing at iHub, which I explained to you, by the government of Andhra Pradesh has reached out to us to use our techniques in computer vision related and image analysis related thing for understanding malnutrition. So here again I would like to bring in a point that a lot of research has been done in identifying malnutrition. In fact, we had to read some one dozen papers, and each paper was talking about one aspect of detection. Someone was talking about the malnutrition photo approach, how to take the photo. Someone was talking about the deployment problem, that if a new entity comes in, how will you find out whether he or she is malnourished? Then how do you classify the photo? How do you come out with privacy by design? How do you link the MUAC with height and weight? How would you come out with what is the landmark, what is the semi-landmark digitization? How will you create Indian data sets? How can the diversity of India be managed? So you can see all these papers talk about a subject, but they talk about a very narrow area of that subject. So we from our side saw these kind of activities being done. The problem statement was defined to us by Andhra government, and we try to get the best practices out of each of these papers to come out with our approach of trying to come out with how to detect malnourishment.
As part of the AI-powered AP Potion project, IIT Mandi iHub and HCI Foundation, in collaboration with the government of Andhra Pradesh, undertook a large-scale field data collection initiative to build a scientifically validated data set for AI-based malnutrition screening. Malnutrition continues to be a major public health challenge, affecting millions of children and increasing their risk of illness, stunted growth, and developmental delays. Among children aged 6 to 72 months, early detection is critical to preventing severe acute malnutrition and moderate acute malnutrition. The Poshan Drishti project addresses this challenge by providing an AI-powered smartphone solution that enables early screening, helping healthcare workers identify at-risk children quickly and ensure timely intervention. The Poshan application is an AI-powered screening tool for children aged 6 to 72 months. Using only a smartphone, it detects severe and moderate acute malnutrition from a left-arm photograph, supporting early diagnosis and timely care. We chose the left arm because scientific studies have shown it provides the highest accuracy for detecting malnutrition-related shape changes. It is also the standard site recommended by the World Health Organization for MUAC screen, ensuring consistency with existing clinical practice. By analyzing the shape of the left arm using AI, we provide a simple, standardized smartphone-based solution that is accurate, works offline, and is practical for large-scale community screening. The project was carried out in collaboration with the government of Andhra Pradesh, district officials, supervisors, and Anganwadi workers. Before entering the field, we designed a standardized data collection methodology, ensuring that every child was assessed using the same scientific protocol. To maintain consistency across all field locations, we developed a checkerboard-based imaging protocol, standardized data collection sheets, and comprehensive field guidelines. More than 20 supervisors were trained in image acquisition, child positioning, ethical practices, and quality standards before data collection began. Our field teams traveled across 6 districts of Andhra Pradesh, covering 265 Anganwadi centers, and collecting data from nearly 2,000 children representing severe acute malnutrition, moderate acute malnutrition, and normal nutritional categories. For every child, we recorded comprehensive information including height, weight, age, gender, MUAC, ODIMA status, Anganwadi code, center name, supervisor details, and high-quality left-arm images. Every data point was carefully documented because accurate data is the foundation of reliable artificial intelligence. The journey was far from simple. During deployment, the team faced several real-world challenges, including incompatible smartphones, limited internet connectivity, coordinating field teams, and providing technical support to ensure smooth data collection. Working with young children required patience, compassion, and precision. Many children cried, moved during image capture, or were uncomfortable with the procedure. Maintaining consistent image quality under real field conditions made every sample a challenge. In many cases, our team repeated image capture several times to ensure scientific accuracy. The work did not end in the field. Every record underwent validation, verification, quality checks, anonymization, server cross-verification, and data cleaning, ensuring that the final dataset was accurate, consistent, and ready for AI model development. This project demonstrates that successful AI begins with trustworthy data. Through careful planning, standardized methodology, rigorous quality control, and the dedication of our field teams, we have built a strong foundation for the next generation of AI-powered nutritional screening. We sincerely thank the Government of Andhra Pradesh, the IAS of...
Yeah, so this is the next example I wanted to give you where the industry asks the researchers in the nation to bid for projects which they care about. So this is a project which we have bid for, and this is an example where the industry gives the problem and the researchers work on that. We are working with this key department. It is in collaboration with Dr. Arnab Bhavsar and the iHub. We are working on a very, very important work, which is the XR powered, bringing intelligence to a maintenance, repair, and operations workspace. Right now we are seeing that the manufacturing lines will be populated by humanoid robots, and we at the multimodal intelligence lab, which we are creating, which is called MIRA, we are working on the new age techniques of visual language action models and world action models. So we grabbed this project. We'll be working with the faculty here. They bringing in the expertise and knowledge, and we bringing in the lab expertise and the techniques which are there in the lab, and together we'll try to solve this problem. Just to explain quickly, what does this problem solve? This problem solves the spatio-temporal memory in any factory location. In a factory location, if at all you have to search for an equipment and the equipment has been left at a particular time, then how do you retrieve that, search and retrieve the equipment? That is what the problem statement was given to us by Qualcomm, and we are working on that. This is another example where we try to bring in technology for social benefit. It is very sad to know that Punjab is among the top 10 states in the country where the instances of cancer is 85.1 over 10,000 people. So that is a very high number, and that is because the soil is polluted due to overuse of fertilizer. So CDAC Mohali reached out to us saying that can we solve this problem by figuring out how to detect whether the soil is cancer prone, soil is non-organic, and how do we find the right kind of soil to cultivate. So we created, along with them, funded by us, mentored by us, supported by us on sensors, we have created Bhumi Medha for them, and that this product is getting productized. Though the size of the product which you are seeing, we're trying to reduce it by 40%, and we are trying to create a tool which can be placed on the soil, and one can detect whether the soil is of good quality or not. So this is of great importance to an agriculture state like Punjab, and we are proud that we are party to that.
This project, Bhumi Medha, an electronic device to detect the organic content in the soil using AI, is an advanced system designed to analyze soil quality using artificial intelligence and sensor technology. This project is funded and supported by IIT Mandi and developed in collaboration with CTAC Mohali. The system works by mimicking the human sense of smell using a combination of gas sensors and AI models. It collects gases released from soil samples, such as methane, carbon dioxide, ammonia, and other volatile organic compounds, and processes this data using artificial intelligence and sensor technology. Device consists of a sensor array, microcontroller, gas chamber, and AI-based processing unit. The sensors detect multiple gases, and the data is analyzed using machine learning models like artificial neural networks, support vector machines, and random forests to classify whether the soil is organic or inorganic with high accuracy. To validate the system, a field demonstration was conducted at CTAC Mohali using real agricultural test beds. Different fertilizers such as urea, DAP, vermicompost, bioorganic fertilizer, and cow dung were applied under controlled conditions. Soil parameters like pH, moisture, and environmental factors were monitored, and gas emissions were recorded over time. During the field demo, the device successfully captured gas variations from the soil and provided real-time analysis through a graphical dashboard. The results demonstrated that the system can accurately identify organic content and help in comparing different soil conditions effectively. This technology plays a crucial role in modern agriculture by helping farmers understand soil health, reduce excessive use of chemical fertilizers, and promote sustainable farming practices. It also supports environmental monitoring, improves crop productivity, and contributes to safer and healthier food production. The system is designed to be user-friendly, portable, and scalable. It integrates AI, IoT, and embedded systems to deliver fast, reliable, and data-driven insights. The graphical interface allows users to upload data, visualize gas concentrations, and directly classify soil as organic or inorganic. Bhumi Medha is a smart and innovative solution that bridges the gap between traditional farming and modern technology, enabling data-driven decision-making in agriculture. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the valuable support and guidance from iHub.
Yeah, I just wanted to give this example. This is the fifth example wherein the government of India, in the eastern part of India, has reached out to one of the startups whom we are supporting to find out the intent of the people who are infiltrating into India. Many times people may infiltrate without any, innocently. They may not have planned to do that, but the shepherds or the cowherd guys, they may shift to without knowing which is the boundary line. So anyway, so we are trying to work with them. The startup is called Sierra Blue. They came to us saying that can we use our lab to figure out the multimodal behavior of such people who are getting ensnared in this kind of activities. So how do we figure out whether the guys are not doing it intentionally, but they're doing it, or someone who is doing it intentionally. So this is the multimodal behavior intelligence which we are trying to fix, and in the border intelligence kind of area. You can see the kind of problem statement which come from various sources. This is the, I just wanted to tell everyone that IIT Mandi is setting up the first of its kind multimodal intelligence for real world applications. The lab is christened as MIRA. I would like each one of you to come over to our office, which is there on the, you cannot miss it. It is called the IIT Mandi iHub and HCA Foundation. The lab is just 4 weeks away from getting ready. We are implementing the camera systems, vision systems, and the audio systems there. It is a state of the art in the sense that you can get all the type of modalities which a human being has. Like when I'm talking, I'm gazing at you, and I'm using my gestures. All these things can be captured in the lab in a fused, synchronized manner, and it will be India-centric in nature. So I would welcome all of you to visit that, and it will be a research area which will broaden the horizons of Indian research in the area of multimodal AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Somjit. Any quick questions, suggestions? In fact, if you have exciting ideas, you should connect with him, because they are the technology or innovation plus translational enablers. That's how I would actually term.
Thank you so much, sir, for your talk. Sir, I would like to know about the Bhumi media.
Bhumi Meda.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'm a little confused that how does that organic content of the soil is related to the cancer, and also that how does that organic content of the soil will eventually lead us to the thinking that how much urea, phosphorus and potassium we have to supply, because from my understanding these are not, I don't know, but I want to listen from you.
Yeah, what is your background?
My background is agriculture. Yeah, that's the reason.
Agriculture?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. So I'm not an agriculture engineer. We are supporting CDAC Mohali. So what CDAC Mohali said that there are 8 type of gases. We have 8 sensors. You can see the pH level of the soil, the moisture level of the soil are the things which can be measured easily. But the gaseous content of the soil can determine if at all there is methane, if there is nitrogen, if the percentage of methane and nitrogen, the gaseous content of the soil will determine whether the soil is organic or inorganic. That was the problem statement which they started with.
Fine. Okay, in continuation to that, will this Bhumi media work in
Bhumi
every
Meda.
soil?
It is called Bhumi Medha.
Medha, okay,
means,
sorry, thank
yeah,
you for correcting.
sorry, yeah.
So is will it work in every soil, or it is specifically for for the soil that you have been calculating or collaborating?
So you can see what are we measuring? We are measuring the gaseous content and the pH levels and the moisture content. So if at all if at all I go to Haryana and measure, if at all those are the gaseous content which can define the Haryana soil, so be it. But it has been tested out in Punjab now. If at all we have to do it in Haryana, we have to do maybe one more round of tests to calibrate the thing for the soil there.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, cost, good. Means again, we are trying to sell it through the regional cooperative, farmers cooperative. It is a B2B2C solution. The farmers cannot afford even if they can afford, they have their methods of finding out the organic or the safety of the soil or the purity of the soil. So this will be sold to the cooperative society, the farmers cooperative society, and we are targeting to sell it for around 85,000 to 1 lakh rupees to the cooperative society, which can be used, given the battery life, it can be used to up to 2 acres without changing the battery.
Yeah, thank you, Somjit. And he will be available as well if anyone want to catch up with him. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you, everybody. For the last talk, actually, it's online, and so a separate venue is arranged wherein we can hear Professor Karthik Atmanathan. I request, that is from the impact from industry perspective. So I request all the participants in particular to kindly move to the guest house conference room. Some of the, please guide them. Some of the volunteers, they would guide you. And I think now it is colloquium time as well. And tomorrow, also I would like to make an announcement and request all the faculty in particular, as well as of course the participants to join the dinner at the guest house at around 8 p.m. Okay, thank you very much, including iHub and Catalyst team members. Yeah. Thank you. So.